Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Dive. We stand in awe of what cannot be understood. Ichigo Kurosaki, seemingly normal 15-year-old youth, with bright orange hair, sat in his room, staring at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and balled his fists. What I would do to be normal, he says aloud, to no one. Kurosaki Ichigo can see spirits, and this is something that he hates about him. Well, to be more specific, Ichigo hates a lot of things about himself, but this one is the one that hurts the most. He never asked to see spirits, but here they are. He also never asked his mother to die prematurely, but that's another issue. Groaning, Ichigo stuffed a pillow over his face. Those feelings again, he said, muffled by the pillow. That's another thing that he hated. How every thought would drift back to her. Maybe I need a girlfriend, he said, jokingly, tossing the pillow away. He was quite aware of his delinquent status, from the fact that he carried bright orange hair, giving the appearance that he bleached his hair, and he loved it. School was less of a hassle when no one was on your back. His small group of friends aside, not many dared to speak to the fearsome and brutal Kurosaki. Putting on his headphones, he paused. He heard a groan. He narrowed his eyes, shifted the headphones onto his neck, and looked out the window, to see a person, crawling across the street, bleeding out. Ichigo chuckled at the sight. "Hey," he shouted, "what's going on?" The person in the black ignored him. "You can hear me," Ichigo shouted. The girl looked around, confused. "If you are going to die, can it please not be in front of my house?" In advance, the girl looked up into the window, bewildered. "Don't give me that shocked look. What will my sisters think, traumatized by a bloody corpse in our front yard?" You can see me," she said, shocked. Ichigo rose an eyebrow, then snapped his fingers. "Ah, so you are a spirit," he said, calmly, "I see. Well, what's going on? Can you help me?" she groaned. Ichigo tilted his head. "And get blood over my clothes?" Ichigo said, flatly, "I'll rather not." The girl's purple eyes widened in shock, prompting a chuckle from the orange-haired man. "I'm kidding. I'll be down there in a sec," he said, smirking, "but seriously, don't bleed on me. Do not think for a second that I won't drop you back onto the pavement." Looking into the TV screen, with a half-awake, bored expression, Kurosaki Karen, younger sister of Kurosaki Ichigo, sat, when her brother swept past her, zipping up his thin jacket. She rose an eyebrow. "Where are you going, this late at night?" she asked. Ichigo looked back at her, with a stoic face. "Aren't you supposed to be in bed?" he asked, checking the clock, revealing that it was nearly 11 o'clock. Karen glared at him. "Don't change the subject, Ichigo," she snapped back. "Ni-san," he said, not looking at her. "Ichigo," she said. "Go to bed. Yuzu is taking a bath," she suddenly said. "I'm allowed to stay up as long as she is, right?" What a childish game she was playing at. "Fine," he said, scooping up his keys, "I'm going out. Be back in a second." And with that, Ichigo left Karen, confused. The bleeding lady crawled quite a distance, but in the end, she simply ran out of steam. Ichigo could have just left her, to die, and wither away, back to the pointless, non-existent life she used to live, but that would be mean. And apparently, Kurosaki Ichigo isn't mean. Or at least that's what Inoue thought. One is better than zero, eh? "You better be grateful," Ichigo said, flatly to the girl, who merely rolled onto her back. "I don't help random strangers." "Thank you," she whispered, exhausted, "I'll be better soon." Ichigo then cracked his fingers and prepared to lift the girl. "Up we go," he said, clutching a fistful of hair. The girl cried out in agony. "What the hell are you doing?" she screamed. Ichigo tilted his head away from her. "How rude," he said, "is this how you show your gratitude? Stop this. It hurts." "Well, on the bright side, You are probably the lightest 12-year-old boy I have ever picked up, Ichigo said, with a grin. I'm not 12. Or a boy. Sorry. What I meant to say was that you are the lightest 11-year-old girl that I have ever picked up. The girl squirmed in his grasp, but to no avail. Then time seemed to stop, as a roar was heard. Oh no, she said, timidly, we have to leave. Is this what hurt you? Ichigo said, lifting the girl to his eye level. The girl nodded to the best of her ability. All right, he said, smiling, let's see this thing. The girl's eyes widened. Are you crazy, she said, you can't fight the hollow. You don't have any powers. A street lamp was tossed 20 feet behind the two, and a beast with 4 legs appeared, wearing a bone mask. The yellow eyes, illuminated in the darkness. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. Holy shit, this thing is ugly, he said, dropping the girl in black. She connected with the pavement, with a solid thud. Hey, she shouted. Oops, Ichigo said, feigning care, you slipped right out of my grasp. The hollow roared again and fired a thin beam, which Ichigo dodged, by tilting his head, no expression of fear on his face. Bakudo number 1. Sigh, the girl shouted, and the hollow froze. What's going on? It screeched. It speaks. Ichigo shouted, excitedly. The girl looked at the orange-haired youth. Well, I'll guess this is where we part ways, Ichigo said, nice meeting you, I guess. Wait, the girl shouted, the hollow won't just kill me. It'll kill you, and your entire family. DMN straight I will, the beast roared, free me. Ichigo turned back around. And what do I have to do? He asked, annoyed. The girl clutched her sword, then slid it over to him. My sword, she said, unsteady, just unsheath it and impale it into your heart. Goodbye, Ichigo said, walking away. Please. Ichigo sighed, then walked back to the sword. Fine that if I die, I will find you, and I will make your life a living hell, he said, bending over to pick up the sword. With no regard to the sheath, he flicked the sword out, aimed it at his heart, and plunged it deep. Then came an explosion. The hollow laughed, then erupted from his trap. Foolish Shinigami, the hollow shouted, cackling in laughter, now you will die by my hand. With great force, the hollow threw his claws at the girl. And felt it stop. Ichigo rejected the attack, without putting up a guard himself. Then he jumped up to the beast, and swung his massive blade, cleaving the hollow's head in half. Then he started to laugh. So someone trained to do this couldn't beat this thing that I felled in one great swing of my sword, he said, darkly, maybe I should have let you die. The girl's eyes were wide, in shock. His Zanpakuto is massive, she thought, bewildered, what the hell is this boy? Now, where's my body? I want to go to sleep. Dive, by Nirvana. Author's note, just a warning. Several of the established characters are going to be changed a little, as is a little of the established canon. So beware, this is more of my take of what the canon should be. So, it's kinda like an AU. Anyway, I would love to hear what you think, and I'll be back soon. Also, each chapter title will hold a musical reference. Find the musical reference, and include it in your review. If you want. Chapter 2, Vaseline. A young, bright, and appealing girl wakes up, with waist-length auburn hair on an uneventful Wednesday morning, with plenty of vigor, excited on what this new day could hold. Unfortunate for her, she also awoke 30 minutes late and was in danger of being late. Oh no, she cried, throwing on her uniform, and putting a piece of bread in the toaster. She had a great breakfast, planned out and everything. And what's worst is that now, she would have to replace her beloved alarm clock. It was just one of those mornings, in the household of Inoue Orihime. It was even pure luck or pure awesome, but Ichigo knew that he was gifted. The hollow raped and pillaged several houses and businesses, but the Kurosaki household was completely untouched. Great. Ichigo said, sitting up in his bed when his door burst open. Ichigo, his father cried, leaping into the room. With narrowed eyes, Ichigo jumped out of his bed and repealed the attack. No cell, Ichigo said, in English, before throwing his father into a wall. Good job, son. Kurosaki Ishin said, flashing the thumbs up sign, you gotten better. One day, you may even be able to challenge for the head of the Kurosaki family. No thanks, Ichigo said, grabbing his school uniform, I'll rather be sane. Ichi and I, Karen said, breakfast is done. Hurry up with the bathroom. Don't rush me, Karen, he said, you know that won't end well. Karen rolled her eyes and walked down the stairs. Ichigo smiled at his early morning victory. God, today is going to be a good day. Oni-san, what kind of sauce do you want for your eggs and rice? Kurosaki Yuzu asked, holding a bottle of Worcestershire and soy sauce up. Ichigo pointed toward the soy sauce, and Yuzu placed it on the table. Ichigo spun his chopsticks and dug in. He felt as if the day was going to take a sharp turn toward the worse, but that did not bother him. Thank you for the meal, Yuzu, Ichigo said, slinging his bag strap over his chest. Oni-san. Yuzu shouted, I'll see you after school. Ichigo smiled, opening the front door. You will. Last night will never happen again. Ichigo said to himself. Looking at the deep scars in the earth, caused by the hollow attack. As strange and awesome the encounter was, the interruption cost him several hours of appealing sleep, and that was bad. Of course, the female spirit that was injured disappeared pretty much when the hollow was killed, but that was probably for the best, seeing that she was pretty useless. Where she went, what does it matter to him? He would never see her again, anyway. Ichigo. You gotta go with me. Asano Kigo, one of Ichigo's best friends, shouted, you haven't been much time with me or Ms. Wiro. I haven't been spending that much time with you because I have a job, Ichigo said, taking a sip out of his can of coffee. Not today. Kigo retorted. How do you know? You told us a couple of days ago. Ichigo eyes twitched. Dot, I'll think about it. That's what you said last time. Dot. Ichigo sat back, defeated, if nothing else comes up, I'll hang out with you. Kigo smiled and pumped his fist in celebration. Kojima Mizuiro, the other half of the party that followed Ichigo around, took a chair and snapped his cell phone shut. Morning, Ichigo, he said. Ichigo grunted as a replied. I see you're in a cheery mood, Mizuiro said. Ichigo grunted again. I'm always in a cheery mood. Can't you tell? No, I can't. Ah. Ichigo sighed. Mizuiro chuckled. I heard we have a new student today, he said. I hope it's a girl. Kigo shouted. Ichigo rose his eyes. Arisawa Tatsuki walked into the classroom, and Ichigo turned his head. Hello Arisawa, he said, where's your little friend? Tatsuki glared at him. She didn't swing by, she said, she'll be here a little late. As if on a waiting call, Inoue Orihime burst through the door, breathing heavily. Looks who's a little late, Ichigo said, with a smirk. Orihime snapped back and looked at Ichigo. Sorry Kurosaki-kun, she squeaked. Ichigo chuckled. First, I'm not the teacher, so you don't have to apologize. Second, you're not late. Oh, she muttered, looking down, and blushing furiously. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun. Good morning, Inoue. With a bell, shortly after, the class had begun, as Oki Misato, the teacher, walks in, and snapped her black notebook against her desk. Good morning, class, she said, excitedly, today, we have a new student. Yay, Ichigo said, flatly. Oki-sensei ignored the remark, sliding open the door to allow her in. Ichigo looked up, and groaned internally, as she wrote her name on the chalkboard. Hello, she said, brightly, my name is Kuchiki Rukia, and I'm pleased to be joining your class. Murmurs of "thus" and "dhs" were heard, from the various male populace of the classroom. Ichigo sat back in his chair. "Okay, then," Oki-sensei said, "you can sit at the desk next to our rude orange friend." Ichigo shifted his eyes, opened his mouth, and prepared to offer a simple rebuttal that Rukia could not sit next to him because there was already a student sitting there before he decided to do something he hadn't done before since the school year began. He decided to look to the seat to the right of him. And look at that, no one presided in the seat. Ichigo blinked. How did I not notice that before, he asked himself. Rukia, with a bright smile, sat down and turned to the orange-haired young man. "Hello," she said, "what's your name?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "My name is Oda Nobukatsu, son of Oda Nobunaga," he said, drily. Rukia blinked. Ichigo noticed the confusion in her eyes and smiled. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said, with false enthusiasm, "I get so nervous around new students. My actual name is Ryujin Shukyaku. My name is so unbelievable, that I don't like sharing it." "What are you talking about?" Rukia asked, glaring at him. "Ichigo. Are you harassing our new student?" Oki-sensei shouted, getting the attention of the boy. "No, I'm not doing anything wrong," Ichigo said, with a small smirk on his face. Oki-sensei glared at him. "You're doing the name thing again," she said. "Rukia, his name is Kurosaki Ichigo. And this is why you don't have a boyfriend, sensei," Ichigo said, flatly. Oki-sensei slammed her fist into her desk. "And how do you know that?" she growled. Ichigo smirked. "The signs are all there, sensei," he said, smugly. "You've been rather irritable lately. Has there been something missing in your life? Oki-sensei nearly burst a blood vessel. "Do you want attention, or something?" she said, furious. "Actually, I would very much like to avoid that." "Then shut up." Ichigo flashed her the O.K sign, and that was the end of that. "I'm not helping you again," Ichigo said, trying, and failing, to outpace the short female. "But you must," Rukia said, "you have to fight the hollows." "Why?" he retorted. Rukia paused. "You're the only one with the power to fight them. And I don't care." "But then the Soul Society will become suspicious," she pleaded, her voice carrying a tone of despair. "And again, I don't care. What if I told you that you could protect now only the spirits, but your friends too?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "First, I don't give a rat's but about these spirits that have made my life SCK for 15 years. Second, I'm pretty DMN confident that my friends are safe, thank you very much. Third, if you ever try that bullshit again, I will snap your neck in half. Now get out of here." "You're wasting my lunch hour," he said, darkly. Rukia sighed. "What about your life?" she said. "I already told you, my life is unimportant. What can I do to make you go ahead with this?" Ichigo pondered. "That I don't know," he said. "What would you have me doing? Anyway?" Rukia jumped slightly, surprised at the sudden change in Ichigo's position. You would kill hollows and train a little," she said. Ichigo shook his head. "How about we cut out training?" "But you..." "Okay," she said, ceding her play. She knew she couldn't win. "Ichigo!" Kigo shouted, practically falling down the stairs, "Why didn't you I see?" Ichigo rose an eyebrow. "So Ichigo, already hitting on the new girl?" Ms. Wiro said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "If you think I'm attracted to girls who look like 12-year-old boys, you would be extremely mistaken," Ichigo said. Rukia's eye twitched. "I do not," she shouted. "Whatever you say," Ichigo said, "introduce yourself to my friends, you poor homeless girl. I'm going to enjoy my lunch." Homeless?" she said, shocked. Ichigo nodded. "Yes. Homeless. One without a home, as they say." With one last wave, Ichigo strolled off, bento box underneath his arm, leaving the bewildered girl, with two boys asking her about her situation. "You were kidding about the homeless thing, right?" Rukia asked, as she threw another straight pitch, which Ichigo did not offer at. "I wasn't," he said, bluntly, "you don't have a home. Thus, that makes you a member of the homeless community." "Why can't I stay at your house?" she shouted. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "No," he said, "first, where the hell are you going to sleep? Second, how is my family supposed to meet you? You can introduce me to them." "Bwahahaha no." "Why? Then they will think that we're dating, and dating someone as unimpressive as you would hurt my own self-respect and self-value. I take great pride in my low social standing." "Really?" Rukia deadpanned, throwing another pitch. Still no swing came from Ichigo. "Nah. But honestly, it's not worth it." "Then sneak me in. Then you won't have to introduce me to your family." Ichigo paused, then smiled. "You hussy," he said, "you just want my body. I bet that monster wasn't even real." Rukia blinked. What? She quickly tried to divert the conversation away, with another pitch, but Ichigo was not buying it. "Admit it," he said, "no need to be shy. I won't judge you that badly." "Why won't you swing that bat?" Rukia cried. "Because I don't know what I should be doing." "Swing at the hollow heads." "Sounds complicated. Is there a way to tell the difference?" "Yes, actually," she said, with a bright smile, "on the ball, there are faces and there are other body parts. You want to hit the faces, okay." Ichigo narrowed his eyes, examined both of the drawings, then looked back up at Rukia. "They're both identical," he said, flatly. "What? No, they are not." "Yes, they are. Quit being blind." "Kurosaki-kun," a soft, peaceful voice rang from behind the orange-haired young man. "Inoue, what's up?" Ichigo said, turning to face the young woman. "Oh, I was just coming back from the grocery store, and I was just surprised to see you," she said. "I didn't know you come to this park." "I don't," he said, "but this brat had to go all the way out here." Oriheim stood on her toes, and saw Rukia, standing. "Oh, Kuchiki-san," she said, brightly. For an instant, Rukia forgot where she was, and blurted out an uncouth, "Who are you?" Ichigo glared at the shorter female. "Inoue Oriheim. From our class, Kuchiki," he said, flatly. Rukia perked up. "Oh, I almost didn't recognize you," Rukia said, sugaring up her tone. "I'm honored to meet you." So am I," Oriheim said, nervously. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Then he noticed the bandaged, wrapped tightly around her shoulder. "So what's up with the arm?" Ichigo asked. Oriheim perked up. "Oh, I was just hit by a car last night," she said, happily. Ichigo tilted his head, slightly. "Really?" he said, "that seems a little serious. Don't you think you need medical attention?" "Oh, I'm fine," she said, "it didn't hurt that much in school today." "Well, that's good." He noticed the bruise on her leg. Then he smirked. My, that is one gnarly gash on your leg, Inoue," Ichigo said, coming to a knee. "Are you sure that you don't need medical attention?" No, I'm fine," she said, blush intensifying. "It probably happened last night. It doesn't hurt that much." Ichigo took a firm grasp of the leg, provoking a shrill gasp, and the raising of a Rukia's eyebrow. "Are you sure? Even in my lack of medical knowledge, I can see that this is a serious injury. Are you sure that you don't need to go see my dad?" I probably couldn't afford it," she squealed, hiding behind her hands. "It would be on the house." "I'm sure, Kurosaki-kun." Upon noticing that her face was as red as a tomato, Ichigo decided that his little game was over, and released his grip. "Okay, Inoue," he said, "if you say so." Inoue gathered her groceries, clumsily, and bowed slightly. "Ah, I'll see you tomorrow, she said, trying to keep her mind from dancing around. Do you want me to walk you home? Ah, why you don't have tea to bother? It's not a bother. Ichigo looked back at Rukia, who was surprisingly quiet. It's no problem. Let me walk you home. Oh, it's fine. Orihime stammered, trying to calm. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ah, and goodbye, Kuchiki-san. Oh, thank you for your company. Rukia said, sweetly. And with that, Orihime took her departure. Ichigo sighed. It seems like she has a new injury every day, he said, maybe she should be the one living in a clinic. Rukia grinned. You like her, she said, poking Ichigo in the neck. What? Someone has a little crush on the classroom beauty. Don't lie to me, she said, walking away from Ichigo. I don't have a crush on Inoue, he said. Sure you do, playing touchy-feely with her. You perv. I can't believe you. Ichigo smiled. While I can admit that I was a little personal with the contact, I can guarantee that I don't have a crush on Inoue. Well, do you at least find her attractive? Kuchiki, there is not a man on this earth that will deny Inoue's beauty, he said, as his watch started beeping. And, look at that, it's time for me to grace you with my exit. Where do you think that you're going? None of your business. My friends have just gotten out of cram school, so I'm due to hanging out with them. I thought you didn't want to. I also didn't want to hang out with you, and look where we're at now. Rukia glared at him, which Ichigo laughed at. When you pout, you look like a 4-year-old, he said. You still have to train. And don't you have any other insults? Yeah, about that, your method of training is stupid your training, Ichigo said, flipping his bat, grabbing his backpack, and walking away. Come back here. Rukia shouted. Ichigo replied by putting on his headphones. Rukia stomped the ground, to no avail. In actuality, hanging out with Kigo and Mizuiro wasn't that bad. In fact, he really didn't mind doing so. But, all of those wasted study hours. Ichigo sighed, drying his hair, before putting on a fresh t-shirt. He felt a tremor, quaking in the halls of his mind. Probably nothing, he said, before opening the door, only to see his sister, Yuzu, standing. Hey Yuzu, he said, you can have the bathroom now if that's what you want. Yuzu gasped. You already took your bath, she shouted. Ichigo nodded. I wanted to take one with you, she shouted. Ichigo sighed. Yuzu, you're 11. You can take baths by yourself, Ichigo retorted. But we haven't spent that much time together. But a bath together? Yuzu, as a high schooler, you don't know how unbelievably creepy it is to take baths with you younger siblings. But we're siblings. It doesn't matter. Ichigo face-bombed a sigh. Tomorrow, we'll do something, Ichigo said, just you and me. But not a bath, okay? Yuzu's face lit up. Really? She squealed. Ichigo, again, nodded. Okay, she exclaimed, you better not forget. She then ran off, into her and her sister's room. Ichigo sighed and walked up to his room. Out of all the negatives he had, chalked up on his big old board of Ichigo failures, his relationship with his sisters was not one. Kinda. They were close. Too close. Ichigo tried to push them away, but they came back, clinging to his hip, and there was not anything Ichigo could do about it. This isn't going to work, he said. He knew that he was going to end up taking a bath with Yuzu eventually, and he dreaded it, but that was that. And he was going to have to choke up to the ladle, and accept that. God, I am such a pushover, he said, sweeping his hand through his hair, I guess I can get my clothes out before I go to bed. Ichigo walked over to his closet, grabbed the handle, and pulled it open. And when the door opened, his face fell into a deep, dark frown. What the F are you doing in my closet? He asked, a surprised Rukia, decked out in a pair of pajamas. More specifically, Yuzu's pajamas. First, stealing my closet. Now, stealing my sister's clothes. How far will you go? We have to remain close together, Rukia said. If a hollow attacks, I need to be here, so you can kill it. Ichigo blinked. I'm going to ask again, this time much slower, so you can hear me. What? The F-R you doing in my closet? Rukia blanched. What else dash? Come here. Ichigo said as he opened his window. Why? You're leaving. Now. And this is the best way out, he said, don't worry. I'll let you keep the clothes. I can't leave. Who's going to make sure you attend your duties? I don't know, and I really don't care. You got to go. As soon as he finished, Rukia's cell phone blared loudly, attracting the attention of the room. Before Rukia got the chance to check it, Ichigo snatched the phone out of her hand, and looked at the screen. Then he narrowed his eyes. Hurry up, he growled, tossing her phone back. Rukia fumbled the catch-up, trying to put her fingerless glove on. Wait up. What's the worry anyway? Rukia asked. Just do it. Ichigo shouted back, deeply. Oh, what a night it had turned out to be. Are you stupid? Tatsuki shouted at her busted friend, you had him all wrapped up, and you let him go. How rude, Orihime said, I'm not stupid. And besides, he was with Kuchiki-san. More reason to take him. But that would have been rude to Kuchiki-san. Orihime whined. Tatsuki sighed. Do you even know why he was with her? She asked. Orihime shook her head. I heard that Kuchiki-san was homeless. Do you think he was trying to lift her spirits? Tatsuki narrowed her eyes. I don't know where you get this impression of Ichigo from, she said. The Ichigo I know would never do such a thing. So you say. So I know. A loud cry was heard from outside the tiny apartment. What was that? Tatsuki said, looking out the window. Orihime shrugged. Tatsuki shook her head. Maybe it's time for you find a better neighborhood. Tatsuki suggested. Orihime gasped. But I can't leave. This is me and Sora's apartment, she said. I don't think he'd like it if I just moved away. Orihime, she said, before a loud crash was heard, and Orihime's body slammed into the ground. Do you even know where you're going? Rukia shouted. Ichigo ignored, kicking off another rooftop. Why are you in such a hurry? Ichigo dipped down onto a street and took Rukia off of his back. Why are we here? She asked. We're not close. Ichigo nodded, before taking off into a sprint. Rukia's eyes widened. Wait. Get back here. Ichigo, again, ignored her and turned the corner. Finally, he said, holding a small smirk. Orihime. Tatsuki cried, before finding herself flying into a wall. Orihime opened, slightly, only to find Tatsuki unconscious against a wall, herself, sitting on another wall, with a chain protruding from her chest, connecting herself to a bloody body on the ground, and a monster, hovering over her. Now Orihime, it is time for you to return to me, the beast shouted, and Orihime looked up. How do you know my name? She asked. The monster narrowed its beady red eyes and growled. Of course, you would have forgotten about me, it said, drawing back its large claws, but we'll be together. We'll be together forever. Orihime closed her eyes, in fear of what to come. She expected it to be quick, but the pain she dreaded never came. Instead, the sound of metal ringing filled her ears, as she reluctantly opened her eyes, and saw Ichigo, standing over her, dressed in a pure black kimono. Kurosaki-kun, she said, quietly. Ichigo deflected the claws, then formed his stance. If you want to hurt Inoue, he said, then you are going to have to go through me. Kurosaki-kun, she said, much loudly this time, "Oh, I wonder if this is a dream. How did you get here? What's with the sword?" Ichigo looked back at her before his eyes widened. "He," the hollow cackled, "Kurosaki. You pest. If you didn't exist, she would have never forgotten me." Ichigo looked at Orihime, who was against the wall, and the bloody figure, beside the hollow's tail, and figured that they were the same. Then he looked at the hollow's face. "Sora." Orihime whimpered. The hollow laughed again. "So, you remembered," the hollow screamed, "well, it's too late." He swiped his large hand at her, but Ichigo stabbed his sword through his wrist, and with mighty force, pulled the entire arm off. The hollow roared in agony. "You will not lay a single finger on Inoue," he said, gravely, before jumping into the air. The hollow screamed, before firing a Siro, which, despite being for Ichigo, was much more likely to harm Tatsuki. "Tatsuki!" Ichigo shouted, before kicking off of the ceiling, and landing in front of Tatsuki, sword in a defensive position. Despite this, he could deflect the entire attack, and the apartment wall exploded. "What just happened?" a resident shouted, in awe, before finding himself a victim of Rukia's memory Chikan. "That should fix that," she said, when Ichigo landed beside her, holding Tatsuki. "You bstrd." Rukia shouted, "You just left me. You know how long of a walk that was." Ichigo narrowed his eyes, and placed Tatsuki on the concrete, softly. He then, wordlessly, jumped back into the ruined apartment. Rukia sighed. "Die," the hollow shouted, slashing at Inoue, when Ichigo interrupted his attack, and offered at his mask. He caught a bit of it, accepted it, and pulled out, revealing a chunk of his face. Orihime gasped, in horror. "Kurosaki," the hollow cried, "just die." He fired another Siro, this one clipping with Ichigo shouted, sending him plummeting to the ground. "Kurosaki-kun." Orihime shouted, running over to him. Ichigo snapped his head up, and shouted, "Don't." Too late, as Orihime nearly found herself crushed by the tail of the snake-like hollow. She quickly turned, only to find herself taken in the grasp of the beast. "Kurosaki-kun." Orihime called out, feeling herself losing the ability to breathe. "Why do you cry out for him?" the hollow asked. "Let her go." Ichigo shouted, slashing him across the chest. The hollow roared, and slapped Ichigo, with his tail, sending him into the door. The hollow prepared another Siro when Ichigo snapped up and rushed in. Orihime shut her eyes when the Siro was fired, and another explosion filled the room. When Orihime opened her eyes, and saw Ichigo, and his sword plunged into the hollow's face. The mask shattered, and Inoue Sora, her dear brother, wide-eyed. "Sora," she said, softly, feeling the grasp lessen. "Orihime, that I'm sorry," he said, I just wanted to be remembered." Orihime started to tear up. "Brother, that I never forgot about you," she said, "I couldn't, that I would never." "But you no longer prayed for me," he shouted, "everything revolved school or your friends, and when you met Kurosaki. You forgot about me. You chose Kurosaki over your brother. I never replaced you, that I thought you would be happy, hearing about how good I've been doing, that I'm sorry, brother." Sora's eyes widened, as Orihime slipped out of his grasp, and into Ichigo's, who was waiting for her to fall. "Kurosaki-kun," she said, "tired, made me happy, like you did, that he filled a gap in my heart, but never replaced you, brother, that I love you." Fully exhausted, she fell asleep in Ichigo's arms. "Ichigo!" Rukia shouted, bursting through the broken door. Ichigo turned to her and motioned toward the bloody corpse. "Oh," she gasped, that I can fix this." "Can you?" Sora gasped. Rukia nodded. "Yep. Just might take a while," she said, walking over to Ichigo. "As long as her chain of fate is connected to her body, she can be revived." Ichigo nodded, and gently placed her body on the floor. "Kurosaki Ichigo." Sora said, feeling weaker, "Can I ask you to do something?" A last wish? Ichigo nodded. Sora closed his eyes and balled his remaining fist. I entrust Orihime to you, he said. I took her from her parents because they were bad people, unspeakable, their crimes were. I wanted to keep her safe, protect her from every and any threat, her hairpins, my last gift to her, my last measure of protection. You must keep her safe, Kurosaki. You must. Ichigo looked down and smiled. You should be glad, he said, looking back into the eyes of the hollow. I already planned on protecting her from anything and everything. There is no need to worry. Sora smiled, as he started to fade away. Then, I am. Silence. Walking back to his humble home, Ichigo stepped, as if nothing would move him. Rukia walked behind him, as silent as he was. If you were wondering, I didn't protect her, because I have a crush on her, Ichigo said. Inoue is a difficult story. I met her in the most unfortunate situation possible. Her brother was killed in a car accident. She was the one who carried his body into the clinic. Even though we tried everything, he died before the ambulance arrived. I begged my father to let me go to his funeral. I needed to be there. That I knew I could do anything to ease her, but I felt that as someone who went through a similar experience, I could help her. I did my best, but she pushed me away. She never wanted to see me again. All I did was remind her of that day. I eventually started the healing process. But even that was short-lived. I did my best, like I always try. Even though I knew she was friends with Tatsuki, I was too afraid to see her again. I was afraid that she would hate me. I was afraid that she would reject me again. But in high school, when I saw her, I was swallowed in anger. She was happy. She was giggling to some joke or something that I couldn't believe it. How could she be happy? After the terrible events in her life. But my anger was misguided. That I wasn't angry at her. I was angry at myself. I was bitter. I was depressed. I hated everything. I was angry. I needed someone to be angry at. But why Inoue? She was like me. We both lost a family member. We both were alone. Yet, she was happy, and I was not. What had I done wrong? I needed to keep her off my path. I needed to save her. I needed to protect. I can't let her fall like I had. I just can't. Kurosaki. Rukia said. Ichigo shook his head. Can we just walk, he said. I really don't feel like talking anymore. Oh, what happened to your apartment, my sweet Haim-chan? Honsho Chizuru shouted, hugging the auburn-haired girl tightly. Orihime shrugged. I heard it was a gas explosion. That would probably explain my dream, she said. And what was that about? Tatsuki asked as she took a seat next to her. Oh, it was a little long, but you were in it. Good morning, Inoue, Ichigo said, walking behind Tatsuki. Was I in your dream? Inoue blushed. Ah, good morning Kurosaki-kun, she said. I don't remember. Ichigo smiled. Well, it would be a great honor to be in your dreams, he said. Orihime's blush deepened. Chapter 3, Bull in the Heather. I hate my boss. Ichigo complained, sitting on the roof of the school. He had a lunch with him, but he wasn't eating it. He was way too indifferent on his current situation to eat. What's up, Ichigo? Kigo shouted, running up to the roof. Ichigo grimaced, aware that his time to reflect was now over. He gave a small wave, then opened his lunchbox. Kigo looked around. Hey, where's Kuchiki-san? He asked. Ichigo shrugged, as he twisted the cap off of his lukewarm chocolate drink. I'm not her keeper, Ichigo said, and why would she be up here? Because I invited her here. Kigo whined. Ichigo glared at his annoying friend. Wait, you invited Kuchiki up here when you are terrified to speak 3 words to Inoue. More evidence. More evidence. What are you talking about? Hell Lulu companions, Rukia chirped out, interrupting the two, walking onto the roof. Ichigo groaned. What's up with you? Ms. Wiro asked. Ichigo shook his head. Nothing that concerns you three, he said, thinking about whipping out his phone, leaving the roof, and talking to his boss in a very angry manner. Ichigo sighed and went back to eating. Why won't you talk to us? Kigo shouted. Ichigo shrugged. Yo, a large, dark-skinned man, with messy brown hair said, holding a bird. Hola, mi amigo. Ichigo said, snapping up, what's with the bird? The man looked at the cage he held, then back at his orange-haired friend. It's a cockatiel, he said, bluntly. Ichigo blinked. Chad, what's with the bird? It's Sato. Ichigo glared at his large friend. Dude, what's with the goddamn bird? Ichigo growled. This bird has had many previous owners. All of them died in pretty gruesome accidents. Ichigo nodded, hand over his mouth. Yeah, I really don't give a shit about how you got the DMN thing. Why is it here? Oh, H.IT can talk. The bird, sensing its cue, chirped out a quiet, hello. Whoa, it speaks so clearly. Kigo said, rushing up to it. Ms. Wiro and Rukia joined her. However, Rukia was looking at it with suspicion, rather than interest. Where did you find this thing? Ichigo asked. Sato shrugged. Harutoki found it. Ah, where did he find it? Ichigo now asked, mocking interest. An old apartment building. Where those murders happened last month. Kurosaki-kun, Oriheim said, as Ichigo entered the classroom. Sup, he answered, nonchalantly. Oriheim blushed and tightened up, as she started to rethink herself. Telling Ichigo that she remembered how he saved her from her brother the other night might have been the correct course of action, but she still had her fears. Whatever Ichigo had been doing, might be something he didn't want anyone to know about. And the fact that she remembered might make him worry about her. And she wouldn't want to raise the berry head stress levels. Ah, did you have trouble with yesterday's math homework? She asked. Ichigo smiled. Yeah, I kinda did, he answered. Did you also have trouble? Oriheim responded with a nod. I was wondering if we could. Shouted, pointing at Rukia and Sato. Ichigo looked back, to find Rukia on the ground, with minis holding her down, and Chad, with leeches all over his body. The bird was trying to make him move, but the giant was not going anywhere. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Good one, Ichigo said, stabbing his sword into the pavement. The hollow laughed, as he prepared to flee. Ichigo smirked. But you forgot one thing, he said. The hollow narrowed his eyes. You forgot that I'm late for school, and I do not want to serve another detention, he said, jumping at the hollow, who was bewildered. Leave me alone, he shouted, before flicking his tongue. The minis holding Rukia exploded, scarring her lower back and legs while Chad went up in smoke. Ichigo stopped. I don't think that's supposed to happen, he said, before ducking a stream of leech bombs. Dai Shinigami, the hollow cried, before finding a mailbox in his mask. The beast fell onto the pavement, with a loud crash. Ichigo blinked. Ichigo, are you alright? Chad said, walking out of the smoke, unharmed. Ichigo blinked again. A coat of something, reminding Ichigo of liquid metal, covered Chad's right arm, tightly. Ichigo blinked thrice. What the literal F-, he said. Sato shrugged. I don't know what happened, he said. The hollow cried out, prepared to shoot out more leeches. Chad hurried up, and shut him up, with a punch to the mask. And what a punch it was. Ichigo was knocked off of his feet, by the overwhelming force of the blow. The hollow's body tightened. A massive blast of wind flew down the alleyway, knocking out any loose bricks. The stiff body fell onto the pavement, dazed. What the literal F dash, dot. Ichigo said, sitting up. Chad walked over to him and helped him up. Ichigo, what's up with the sword? Chad asked. Ichigo shook his head. Another time, he answered, first, let me deal with the hollow. Ichigo, you can't kill it, Chad said, halting Ichigo. Why not? Because that thing is the key to saving Yuichi's mother. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Chad, I don't think dash. Die, the hollow cried, preparing to spray another jet of leeches. Ichigo slashed him across his mask, further breaking the already cracked mask. A door, with skeletons as greeters, sprouted from the ground, and a light enveloped the hollow. No, the hollow shrieked, struggling. Chains stripped away the hollow's armor, only to reveal a lowly human. Yuichi's eyes burst, in horror. Rukia, what's happening? Ichigo shouted. Rukia squirmed on the ground, to get a better view. It appears that the gates of hell are opening, ready to accept another, she said. Ichigo walked backwards, away from the door. I'm not going alone, the man, who was the hollow's true persona, jumped out and grabbed Ichigo, who attempted to fight his way out of the grasp. That doesn't mean I'm going with you. Ichigo shouted as the two were being dragged into the gate. Ichigo! Chad shouted, running over to his friend. Ichigo grabbed the edges of the closing doors and began kicking his way back into the realm of the living. Not today, he grunted, pulling himself through. The doors shut loudly, and the gateway to the Dmed sank back into the ground. Ichigo fell to a knee, breathing hard. New rule, that never happens again. It doesn't talk anymore. Kigo said, looking at the bird in the cage, who was absent-mindedly observing its surroundings. Ichigo sighed. If talking to a bird is one of the highlights of your day, you might as well just kill yourself, he said, bluntly. Kigo nearly started crying. Why are you so mean to me, he whined. What do you mean? Your life is so much better than mine. Inoue-san greets you every day, in the morning. You get a warm breakfast every day. You have a job. Stop holding yourself over me. Ichigo facepalmed. First, that's not me being mean to you. That kind of thought process, however, is rather unlikable, and it needs to cease. Quickly. Second, Inoue's greeting is her choice. Maybe if you talk to her, and not ogle her, every time you see her, she might greet you in the morning. Third, make your own breakfast. You can do at least that, she that your sister nearly does everything else. Third, get a job. It's really not that hard. Lastly, stop being a baby. Let me eat my lunch. Ichigo then sat down, and pulled out a spicy rice ball, as Kigo tried to build himself up after that epic destruction of his self-value took place. Ichigo. When can we talk? Chad asked, eating a bowl of instant ramen. Ichigo bobbed his head. Around 7-ish, he answered, we'll come to your place. Chad looked up, then nodded. See you then, he said. Ichigo smiled. Alright, amigo. Bull in the Heather, by Sonic Youth. Chapter 4, No One Knows. The boy had it rough, Ichigo said, dressed in his Shinigami garb. He tossed his sword aside and sat on the floor. Sato gave his a teacup, which he frowned at. Dude, I don't drink tea, he said, placing the cup on the floor beside him. Rukia narrowed her eyes. Just accept the tea, she said, irritated, you're being rude. Ichigo rolled his eyes. No, Kuchiki, I'm not being rude, he said, I'm being myself. And I don't drink tea. I don't have any coffee, Sato said, sorry about the lack of drinks. It's no problem. We aren't here to drink anyway. Indeed. Yasutora-san, can you activate your powers? Rukia asked. Sato nodded and took a deep breath, as the black coating covered his right arm. Rukia cupped her chin. This is highly unusual, she said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Really? I thought this happened all the time. Rukia rubbed her temples. Ichigo, can you please just shut up and let me work? Whoa, someone must be on their flow. Rukia clenched her fists. Sato knew he had to intervene. Ichigo, maybe you can take it easy, he said, Kuchiki-san is here to help me. Ichigo scoffed. You guys are boring. I guess I'm just going to play on my, he said, fumbling in his human body's pocket, brand new smartphone. Just came in the mail today. He promptly sat down and fiddled with it. Is he always like this? Rukia asked. Sato nodded. But you'll get used to it. Where are we going? Ichigo asked, back in his body, focused on his phone. To my temporary home, Rukia replied. Ichigo put his hand over his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter. Rukia rose an eyebrow. My Kuchiki, Ichigo said, you never struck me as such a girl. What do you mean? But two men at once? You would have to wonder if your small frame can handle it. What? And I'm just a Japanese youth. You're asking me to stand up to a man with that Latin blood. I'm not Latin, Sato said. Still, this is a big task for me. What are you talking about? And to think, I had my bar set for a higher level, only to settle for you. The gears started churning inside of Rukia's head and her eyes widened. You idiot, she shouted, why would you even think about that? Ichigo chuckled. So uptight, he said, with a smirk, can't you have a little bit of fun every once in a while? It's been work ever since I got these powers. That's because your job is important, idiot, Rukia snapped back. Ichigo shrugged, in indifference. The three came to a stop in front of a house, that had more in common with a country hut. Regardless of the modest appearance, the sign on the door read, Getabashi's Excellent Candy Emporium. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, as Rukia threw open the door. For a so-called emporium, the candy store was rather unimpressive. Rows upon rows of candy, and most of them were ancient. The floor creaked with tension, as if they were unfamiliar with any form of weight being pressed on it. Wow, this place SCKS. Ichigo said, bluntly. Oh, but this is my home, a blonde, scraggy man, in a green jacket, matching green hat, and sandals said, walking into the store, holding a cane. It may not be much, but I cherish it so. Well, your house SCKS. Oh, Kurosaki-san, you're so rude, he said, opening a fan, covering his mouth. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. Rukia, mind me for asking, but what the hell are we doing here, he asked. Urahara-san, I have Yasutora-san here. I have to ask you about his abilities, she said. No need to be so formal, Kuchiki-san. Come here, you three. To the surprise of no one, the innocent candy store that it appeared to be was only a front. Underneath the store, was a wide cavern, with a painted ceiling, reminding the visitor of the sky. Rocks were piled, in unorganized rows. Alrighty then. Urahara said, Yasutora-san, prepare for combat. Sato turned his head. What? Against who? He asked. Urahara smiled, as he spun his cane, before poking Ichigo in the forehead, knocking him out of his body. The orange-haired youth scowled. You know, you could have just asked me. Sato and Ichigo stood, facing each other, about 20 yards from each other. Sato had his arm covered, rolling his shoulder, shirtless. Ichigo cracked his knuckles, and flipped his blade onto the ground. What are you doing? Rukia asked. Ichigo shook his head, bending over, and grabbing his sword by the handle. How else to do expect me to draw this massive thing? Magic, he said, sliding the blade out. Sato clenched his fist. Ready, Ichigo, he shouted. Just go. Ichigo shouted back. Sato dashed forward, deceptively quick, arm ready for an attack. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, as he spun his sword to block the punch. As the fist connected with steel, a loud, screaming bang was heard. Ichigo slid back, balance lost, digging the sword into the ground for friction. Sato, on the other hand, charged forward, arm bursting with energy. Sato punched 4, expecting Ichigo to block again. Instead, the orange-haired young man turned his body, fist veering past the substitute's body. Ichigo smiled, cleaving his massive sword into the thick skin of Sato's midsection, cutting him deeply. With a grunt, Sato retaliated with a weak jab, creating space between the two. Ichigo rolled back to his feet, before dashing back. He then started to run at Sato, in an arc. The dark-skinned male brought his fist back, ready to strike. Ichigo slid to a complete stop, before ducking in, trying to bait Sato into an attack. He didn't bite, so the two deflected blows, and leaped away. "Wow, those kung fu movies are really wrong," Ichigo said. "Under no circumstances should a fighter with a weapon lose to an unarmed one." Sato cracked his knuckles and twisted his wrists. With a heavy step, Sato dashed at Ichigo, arm-ped. Ichigo rolled his hips, building momentum, to pick up his blade. Sato expected this, and slapped his sword down, and delivered a heavy punch to the Shinigami. It was either the sheer pain, forcing him to squeeze his sword, or maybe he braced himself for impact. Nevertheless, it was a miracle that Ichigo did not let go of the blade, as he was sent flying across the basement. Somehow, Ichigo popped up to his feet, ready for more action. "Nice one," he shouted, "won't be fooled again, though." "That's enough," Urahara exclaimed, holding his arm out, as if he was a prophet, delivering the word to his followers. "I have seen enough." "So, what is it?" Rukia, standing beside him, "What have you found?" "Well, I have found that this is a new case," Urahara said. Rukia, having no patience for the shopkeeper's games, slugged him in the gut, doubling the old man over. "Not in the mood," she said, irritated, "give us some real news." Urahara chuckled, rubbing his gut. Okay. "I'll be nice," he said. "I see that the arm enhances your strength, plus gives you a decent-sized boost in your spiritual pressure. Despite this, that looks like that's all the arm can do." "Are you sure?" Sato asked. Urahara shrugged. "I wouldn't be right to say that. Your arm could grow in powers, and abilities. But, right now, it's as basic as spiritual powers can get." "So now what?" Ichigo said. "How do his powers get stronger?" "Work, I guess. A little luck, too." Ichigo shook his head. "I can see that you aren't the most helpful man," he said. Urahara shrugged again. "I tried my hardest," he said, in a mock-sweet tone. "Ichigo!" Ishin cried, flying through the air, "You are late for dinner." Ichigo spun out of the way and continued his trek through the house. "No counterattack," the father shouted. "Who are you, weird person, and where is my son?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Dad, I have had a very long day, so can you please stop being you," he said, flatly, "please stop being yourself for tonight." Ishin blinked. "What's eating you?" he asked. "School? Job? Women?" "No to all three. Just stress. I'm going to bed." "Oni-san." Yuzu shouted from the kitchen, "Dinner was ready ages ago. Aren't you going to eat?" Ichigo shook his head. "Not hungry. Just tired. Coming home late for dinner, feeling tired." Ishin said, "Aha. So it is a girl." Yuzu poked her head into the room. "A girl? Who is it?" she shouted, a bit red in the face. Ichigo shook his head. "It's not a girl. It's an Oe-chan. She has grown into the fine young woman. The body of a goddess." Ishin said, cupping his chin. Ichigo kicked him in the gut. "It's not a girl. And don't talk about Inoue like that." "So it is Inoue-san." Yuzu squealed, jumping to conclusions. Ichigo face-bombed. If I have to repeat myself one more time, I may have to hurt somebody. It's not a girl. Ichigo started walking up the steps. Oni-san. Yuzu said, would you choose a girl over me, family? Ichigo looked back and smiled. Of course not, he said, walking up the rest of the stairs. The bathroom door opened, and Karen emerged, towel on her head. Ichigo offered a small wave and turned toward his room. You helped him, right? She asked. Ichigo nodded. Of course. Ichigo, how are you doing? Kigo shouted, climbing onto the teen's back. Ichigo growled, flipping the youth off of his back, and onto the floor. Not in the mood, Asano, Ichigo said, sitting in his chair. Kigo found tears welling up in his eyes. Ichigo. Why are you so cruel to me, he whined. Ichigo rolled his eyes, as Orihime approached his desk. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun, she said, brightly, digging in her bag, I have something for you. Good morn dash. Good morning, Inoue-san. Kigo interjected, you are as vibrant and lovely as ever. Orihime was slightly taken aback, but she offered one of her big, bright smiles. Oh, good morning, Asano-kun, she said. She pulled out a can of coffee and held in her hands. When I went to get a sweet tea from the vending machines, the machine gave me a can of coffee, she said, trembling nervously, something Ichigo smirked at. I don't drink coffee, and Tatsuki-chan said that you do, so. He held her hands out and looked away. Ichigo smiled and looked up at the young woman. I appreciate it, Inoue, he said, taking the can. I didn't get a chance to get a coffee this morning, so that makes this little mistake perfect. Inoue smiled brightly, as she played with her hands. So, it's fine. And nothing wrong. Perfect. Rukia walked through the door, and sat at her desk, and plopped her head on it. Good morning. Kuchiki, Ichigo said, with a wicked grin, I see you're going to be a pleasant experience today. She turned her head and gave him a viscous glare. Kuchiki-san, are you all right? Orihime asked, a lot more worried than Ichigo was. I have a sweet tea I haven't opened. If it makes you feel better, I can give it to you. Rukia, surprised by the concern someone who barely knew her showed, smiled. Ah, no thank you. I'm fine. I'm just tired. The morning bell rang, and the shuffle of feet rang throughout the classroom, as students went to their desks. Ichigo looked over at Rukia, who had barely moved. What's eating you? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Rukia glared at him and turned away. Can't you, at least, show a little compassion? She asked, bitterly. I could. Ichigo replied, I don't see why I have to. You are the one with the attitude, young lady. Not me. I don't have an attitude. I'm just stressed. My powers haven't shown any sign that they are recovering. Aren't we all? Kurosaki, be serious. This situation isn't good. And you are telling me this obvious information why? Because. Wait a minute, I don't need to explain myself to you. Even though I have your much desired powers. You seriously don't need to explain anything to me? Whatever. I have something for you. Oh, goody. Bet it's a great gift. Better than a can of coffee. Not better from a can of coffee from Inoue, Ichigo said, with a snicker, in fact, a gift from you makes it worse. So, what is it? Ichigo said, arms crossed, leaning against a wall. Rukia pulled out a device, that looked like a PEZ dispenser, Ichigo said, shocked, and a bit insulted, you bring me, the one who's been doing your bullshit job, so your butt doesn't get in trouble, and all you have for a thanks, is a FNG PEZ dispenser. It's not a PEZ dispenser, whatever that is. Rukia shouted back, it's a soul candy dispenser. Ichigo looked at her, incredulously. Oh, I'm sorry. That makes this so much better. I always wanted to know what soul candy tastes like. Now, my life is complete. It's useful, in case I'm not around. Ichigo looked down. You know what? I kinda wish it was a PEZ dispenser now. Inside of the dispenser is a soul candy. It forces you out of your body, as the soul candy controls your body, with 108 different set personalities. This sounds a lot like an infomercial. You say something? Rukia said. Ichigo shook his head. Alright, let's see if this thing works. Rukia slammed her hand over Ichigo's mouth, forcing a green circular pill, something that resembled a jawbreaker, and Ichigo, clad in his Shinigami garb, was forced out. Ichigo's human body started to stir. Oh, look at that, Ichigo said, it works. Woot. Rukia's cell phone buzzed, and Ichigo facepalmed. Son of a beach, he groaned. Don't worry, MSTR, the mod soul said, I'll make sure no one realizes that you are gone. He then offered a bright smile. Ichigo glared at him. I severely doubt that. Let's go, Kurosaki, Rukia said. Ichigo turned to her, then turned back to the mod soul. F up, and I will crush you. No doubt. He then turned away, and ran off, with Rukia. The mod soul waved them off and smiled a wicked smile. Take your time. A centipede hollow slithered about, claws scratching up the pavement. The masked fiend fired off a small Zero, which Ichigo easily jumped over. Dai Shinigami, the hollow cried, slapping his tail at the orange-haired teen. Ichigo ducked under, before boosting at the face, sword ready. The hollow, knowing that he was going to be struck, curled backward, and found its body cut into two. There was no more fighting for now, and the hollow retreated into a portal. Ichigo landed on the ground. Well, that was not interesting. Get me back into my body. Rukia narrowed her eyes. The hollow isn't dead, she said, we might have to stay out, and look for it. Unfortunately, you do not have someone who is willing to do that, so that is a no-go. Why are you in such a hurry? The soul candy got everything locked up. And that's why I am worried. I'm not the most trustworthy person, especially with weird things in my body. So, your little mistake plan worked, huh? Tatsuki asked her busty friend, how did it go? It wasn't a plan. Orihime squeaked, it was a mistake. Honest. Tatsuki rolled her eyes. Right. Anyway, you get anywhere today? Kurosaki-kun seemed a little bit happier after I gave him the coffee. Ichigo and the happy emotion do not go together. I'm sure he'll find a way. I don't know why you're into that JRK, Haim-chan, Chizuru interjected, sitting at the desk next to the two, you'll be better with someone who be beyond the earthly limits of joy to be with you. And by any chance, would you be referring to yourself? Tatsuki asked, bluntly. And? What's wrong with that? The fact that you are a weird woman with weird interests is the only thing wrong with that. And how do you know what I'm into? I've been to your house. You can hide in public, but your house reveals all. Who says that I would hide in public? Tatsuki narrowed her eyes. I believe that this conversation is over. Orihime, so about. Tatsuki looked around, only to see Orihime looking out of the window. Orihime, what are you doing? Looking at Kurosaki-kun. Orihime replied. Tatsuki looked down. No need to be a stalker. No, Kurosaki-kun is acting weird. Tatsuki rose an eyebrow. What is he doing? He's skipping. I'm skipping. Ichigo said, looking at the mod soul controlling his body, bounce around like a child. Rukia frowned. This does not look like a good investment, she said, crossing her arms. No dip, genius. The mod soul skipped around, happily enjoying his time when he spotted a lovely girl, with lovely auburn hair, looking out of the window. The mod soul's borrowed heart skipped a beat. Whoa mama, he said, before smirking, bending over in a high jump stance. He launched himself off of the ground, and into the room where the girl was. Ichigo looked at the ridiculous display of athleticism, then at Rukia, before shaking his head. It hasn't even been a week since I met you, and you have already ruined my life plenty of times, he said. Maybe I should have just let you die back then. Maybe we can go fix this, instead of you complaining. Yururu. Urahara shouted, Yururu. I have something to ask you. A timid girl, with black ponytails, walked into the room. Yes, Urahara-san, she said. Ah, do you know where this box came from? He asked, calmly. It's the box I got the soul candy out of. Did I do something wrong? Urahara looked at the box and frowned. Oh dear, he said, I guess I got a little cleaning up to do. I'm sorry. Yururu squeaked, falling to the ground, in a bow. Urahara smiled and patted her on her head. No harm done. We can fix this, he said, Tessai. Keep sharp. A man in sunglasses, hair in long braids appeared, and nodded. I have to take a quick leave right now. Hello, appealing, the mod soul said, holding Oriheim, how the radiance of the sun could not ever hope to match your beauty. Oriheim blinked, then pulled her hand away. Who are you? She asked. The mod soul blinked. What do you mean? I'm Ichigo. Oriheim blinked again. You're not Kurosaki-kun. Sure I am. Then what is my name? Who are you? Ichigo, what's gotten into you? Tatsuki asked. The mod soul, seeing his chances dwindle with Oriheim, decided to move in on her black-haired friend. Unfortunately, he was not aware of that little detail. Such an athletic body, he said, wrapping his arm around her waist, believing that being closer was an effective move in a game of flirting. Maybe we can spend a little time together. Tatsuki was not impressed. Back off, Ichigo, or did you forgot who you were talking to, she said. The mod soul, failing rather badly, decided to go for it all, with a swift kiss to the cheek. This was not a smart idea at all. In a fit of rage, he found himself tossed across the classroom, on his back. Tatsuki roared, eyes furrowed in a blind rage. The mod soul thought that it was the proper time to leave. Well, combine that with the fact that Ichigo had come back, insanely said. Sheet, the mod soul shouted, scampering away, before the door opened, revealing Rukia. Reversing field, the mod soul bolted for the window. Get back here. Ichigo shouted, reaching out for him. The mod soul ducked, then leaped out of the window. Ichigo blinked, before turning to Sato, and motioning for him to come with him. Sato nodded, before sprinting out of the classroom, with Rukia following him. With no more business to attend to in the classroom, Ichigo hopped out of the window, and sprinted after his body. Hoping that no one saw him in his spirit form, he ran, wishing that this little incident would just fade away. Unfortunately for his paranoid state, there was two people in the classroom that could see him. One, who held hatred and contempt for him, the other, worried about what was going on. This is all your fault. Ichigo said, face buried in his hands, whatever grace or good favor you held before, has been completely and utterly demolished. I look like a RPST now. It's not that bad. We can fix that little part, Rukia said, at the moment, all we need to do is get the mod soul back. Mod soul? What's that? Ichigo asked. Rukia sighed, and grabbed her notebook. Well, she said, happily scribbling a description of the events. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Explain with words, not your drawings, he said, upset. What's wrong with you? My body is inhabited by some renegade pervert, possibly molesting women on trains or being some other form of horrible person that I like to believe myself as not. It was on the cheek. I don't think it's too bad. Literally every single bit of romance that you have studied has come from some bad shoujo junk. I'm sorry, you are not an expert in how society works. What's wrong with that? Because possible imprisonment. We can fix that. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, in irritation. This is just a game to you, eh? Of course, it is. I'm not the one molesting people, Rukia teased, followed up with a giggle. Ichigo kneeled on the ground, frustration and anger pouring out of his body. Urge to kill, rising, he snarled, when Rukia's phone went off, alerting the trio of a hollow. Kurosaki, the hollow is back. Rukia shouted, no longer in a teasing mood. Chad, go with the girl, get the hollow that I'll get my body back. Ichigo said, tonelessly. Are you sure? Rukia asked. Ichigo answered that question, by running off. Rukia sighed, and turned to Sato. Alright Yasutora-san. Let's go. Sato nodded, and ran off, Rukia following closely. Oh my, what has happened here, Urahara Kisuke said, walking into the ruined classroom. Tatsuki, who looked more like a demon, stood tall, aura basically burning off of her. With a chuckle, the shopkeeper pulled out a white ball, with the word cleanse on it, written in kanji, and placed it on the ground. Who are you? Tatsuki barked, as the blond man smashed it with his cane, and a white smoke flooded the room. Everyone, but two, Inoue Orihime, and a young man reading a novel, fainted. Who are you? Orihime asked. Urahara blinked. Ah, who are you? He said, a little surprised. Orihime looked at the young man in the corner, then back at the older gentleman. How do I know that I can trust you? She asked. Urahara looked up. Well, I can say that I am an ally of Kurosaki-san, does that help? Orihime nodded. Can you tell me on what's going on? I can, but you are going to have to keep this between the two of you. Is that a deal, miss? Orihime nodded again, and Urahara turned to the fellow awake classmate. Sorry about this, but I am going to have to ask you to leave, he said. The man shut his book, and started for the door. The affairs of that idiot Shinigami do not matter to me, he said, but you have the audacity to bring in an unaligned classmate, especially someone like Inoue-san, is disgusting, even for the likes of you. He walked through the door, and slammed it shut. So, are you ready? Urahara asked, it might be a little much. Orihime nodded, and Urahara removed his hat. It all started a couple of days ago. The mod soul ran, hoping that the actual owner of the body had given up his chase. You aren't taking this away from me, he shouted, as a claw jut out from the wall. The mod soul fell to the ground, as Hollow emerged, looking menacingly at him. Sheet, he said, backing away. Sato punched the ground, creating a fissure, which knocked the centipede Hollow high into the air. Sato followed up, by grabbing the tail, and slamming the monster into the ground. From its back, the Hollow attempted to protect itself by firing off a Zero, which Sato easily dodged. With quick feet, the dark-skinned male advanced in, and punched the Hollow in the middle of its mask, completely shattering it. The Hollow's body faded away, and Rukia's phone blared again. What? Did the Hollow split apart? She shouted. Where is it? Sato shouted. The phone then went dead, and Rukia rose an eyebrow. That's odd, she said. What should we do? Sato asked. Rukia looked at the giant and shrugged. I guess, nothing. I'll see you at school. The mod soul cowered, but the anticipated attack never came. He opened one eye, only to see Kurosaki Ichigo, standing over the fading away assaulter. The youth then turned to his body, and grabbed it by the collar. Do you think that this sheet is funny? He said, slamming the body into the wall. He then punched him several times in the face, knowing how odd this would look. He held the mod soul up, and glared at him. Get out of my body, he said, violently. The mod soul quivered, before finding a cane to the forehead. The mod soul pill launched itself out of Ichigo's body's throat, and into Soul Ichigo's forehead. Shopkeeper, Ichigo said, re-entering his body, thank you for that. He then picked up the pill, and stared at it. BSTRD. Indeed, Urahara said, due to an unfortunate mix-up, the soul candy pill you received was actually a mod soul, a device designed to enhance the body's natural abilities, in order to create artificial soldiers. However, due to their unpredictable behavior, they were discontinued, and destroyed. See, why can't Rukia just do that? Ichigo said. Pardon? Just explain things, instead of drawing sheet. Who knows? Anyway, I'll get rid of this for you. I already erased the memories of your classmates for you, too. Good riddance, Ichigo said, tossing the pill at Urahara. Instead, a hand snatched it out of mid-air. I'm sorry, Rukia said, I believe that I paid for this. And I'm pretty sure he said that this was a mistake, and a mistake that should be gotten rid of. It's okay. We'll take this one. Ichigo facepalmed. God, you are so very stupid. Will this doll work? Ichigo said, holding up a worn doll lion plush. Rukia looked at the pill, and shrugged. She placed the pill in the mouth, and the doll burst to life by clinging close to Rukia's chest. Thank you for saving me, the mod soul cried, you're much better than that JRK over there. Rukia grinned, as Ichigo's glare deepened. I believe that we are done here, Ichigo said, darkly, ripping the plush off, and placing it in his bag. Rukia, I do not want to see you for the rest of the day. Rukia blinked, wondering if what she heard was accurate. Did you just call me Rukia? She asked. What of it? This little incident brought us together. Ichigo looked softened, before and fell into a deep laughter. Oh, you would think that, Ichigo said, between laughs, all that means is that I like you less than ever before. You have lost last name rights, with me. You really are in but. Wow, you're just getting that through your tiny head. Yo Yuzu, I got something for ya, Ichigo said, tossing the toy lion to her. She looked at it, and gushed on how cute it was, if it was fixed up a little. Sighing, Ichigo dropped his bag, and started changing clothes. Oh, Oni-san. Yuzu said, knocking on the door, the marketplace has a sale today. I was wondering if you wanted to go with me. Ichigo closed his eyes, knowing that he probably needed to rest, as a nice, calm, uneventful afternoon is something that he needed. Sure. I'll be ready in a minute. Urahara sat, in his office, as a black cat entered, through the window. The shopkeeper took a sip of his sake, and tipped his hat. I'm aware that you came into contact with Inoue Orihime today, the cat said, in a deep voice, could you explain why? Somehow, she can see the dead, and she has spiritual pressure, Urahara explained, while normally, this would be no big deal, but now. You didn't explain anything, right? Yoruchi, I'm a shopkeeper. Not an idiot. Dropping something like that, this early in the game is a bad move. He took another sip, and sighed. But she'll find out. All we have to do now is make sure it's not too soon. Chapter 5, Something in the Way. June 15th. We make a pretty good little team, huh? Rukia said, holding a juice box. Ichigo and Sato shrugged. I don't know, Ichigo said, normally all members of a team actually help out, instead of just complaining and telling others what to do. Rukia narrowed her eyes. I'm trying to be friendly, Ichigo. And I'm trying to be real. And don't call me Ichigo. Why not? It's a neat little name. I think it's plenty cute, Rukia said, with an innocent smile on her face. What do you think, Yasutora-san? Sato said nothing, knowing that he never actually thought about what Ichigo's name in any way. Kuchiki-san. Kigo shouted, why don't you eat lunch with us? You're always spending time with Sato and Ichigo. Rukia chuckled. Sorry, Asano-san, but we're dash. Take her, Ichigo said, picking up Rukia by the collar, and pushing her away, we don't want her anyway. What the hell? Rukia shouted, what's your problem? Problem? I do not have a problem. I have problems, my friends, and I like to reflect on my multitude of problems alone. Peace. Ichigo opened the door, leading back into the interior of the school, and walked away. Ms. Wiro whistled. Phew, you got a handful with that guy, he said. Rukia shifted her eyes at him. If you are implying what I think, you might want to stop. June 15th. Ichigo said, looking at his phone, standing near the river. It had been about 6 weeks since he had become a substitute Shinigami, and his life really hasn't changed that much. Work was still boring, and people still confused his place of employment with a eel shop, and his boss still lived to make his life hell, but that was usual. Family was still unusually close, but that was usual. School was still dull, but that was usual. The only thing he found unusual to his schedule was the patrol, and that was a real pain. Rukia, thinking that he and Chad didn't have anything better to do at the time, besides sleep, says that patrol is a mandatory order, to make sure you're ready to protect humanity, and their interests. Ichigo, despite his well-said argument that neither he or Chad were Shinigami, and thus, they shouldn't have to be on patrol. Unfortunately, Rukia said that they had to, and refused to take any other answer. To be fair, he and Sato split days that they would go, so that sleep wouldn't go to waste. Rukia wasn't too heartless to make the two work every day. Surprisingly, Chad and Rukia had become quick friends, despite the massive, and I mean massive, difference between the two. Rukia, loud and brash, and very, very short. Chad, quiet and calm, and very, very big. Yet, friends. That was nice. Khan, the mod soul Ichigo wanted to get rid of so very badly, was annoying, complaining about everything. His body, his owner, the lack of attractive females giving him attention, and Ichigo himself. Luckily, the idiot was easy to shut up, so it wasn't that bad. Ichigo sighed, checking the clock on his phone. The water splashed, as a fish flopped out. Ichigo swept his hand through his hair, and began walking back to school. June 16th. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime brightly chirped out. Ichigo scowled. Morning, he said, sharply. Orihime brought her hand down. Kurosaki-kun, are you okay? I'm fine. Ichigo rubbed his forehead, just a headache. Rukia, I have to request a night off. Ichigo said, eyes shut, tomorrow, I won't be able to make it. Rukia rose an eyebrow. Why? She asked. Personal reasons. Again, why? Personal reasons. Ichigo stood up, and looked to Ms. Wiro and Kigo, I won't be here tomorrow. You got anything for me? What? You're skipping school. Kigo shouted, don't become the delinquent that you look like. Stay on the high road. Shut up, Kigo. Don't find yourself off the roof, and eating pavement. It's not skipping, for I have an excuse. And what's the excuse? Ms. Wiro asked. Personal reasons. Which are? Don't find yourself following Asano. Oh, he was so mad today that I tried to say good morning, like I always do, but he was really upset. I hope I didn't make him even more angry. Orihime, Tatsuki said, calmly. Oh, what if he's mad at me? I hope I didn't do anything to offend him. I tried to make myself presentable and respectable. What if he thinks I'm a loose woman? Orihime. I just wanted to be nice to everyone. I hope he doesn't take it the wrong way. I clear it up, maybe he doesn't want to talk to me. He may never like me. Orihime felt tears welling in her eyes. Orihime, Tatsuki said, placing a hand on her shoulder, calm down. Ichigo isn't mad at you. It's just that a long story. Orihime felt a sense of worry overtake her sense of despair. I have time. Kurosaki, Rukia said, walking through the doors of the school, I thought about what you asked earlier. And what did you think? Ichigo said. Well, Sato-san had no problems with going 2 nights in a row. And if you want to take a night off, who am I to tell you otherwise? Thank you, Rukia. But that mean you're going to have to go 2 nights, okay? Whatever. That's fine. Ichigo plucked at his guitar strings, softly. While it wasn't plugged in, the dead tones helped his mind relax. He closed his eyes, trying to think. June 17, 5:47 a.m. Ichigo awoke, and for some reason, felt like there was something wrong. June 17, 6:32 a.m. Ichigo, despite the clear skies, was determined that it was going to rain. He decided that he was going to send out a text message, warning his friends, and let that be that. Oh wait. Inoue didn't have a cell phone. Well, he could just call her instead. He opened his phone book, and slid the cursor to her name, where he froze. Do I really want to call her, he sighed, before turning off the phone's screen. He guessed that Tatsuki would just handle it. June 17, 7:09 a.m. Rain. Rukia said, reading Ichigo's text. She looked up into the morning sky, only to see clear skies ahead. It's not going to rain, idiot, she said, smiling. She looked around, and thought it best to bring an umbrella anyway. For precautionary reasons. June 17, 8:07 a.m. Inoue Oriheim sat her desk, reading a light novel, when Tatsuki entered the classroom. Whoa, you're early, she said, class doesn't start for another 20 minutes. What's up? Oriheim snapped out of her trance, and replied with a soft, and slightly confused, huh? Wow, you are lost today. Oh, sorry, what did you say? Tatsuki shook her head. Never mind. So, did you hear from Ichigo this morning? No, what did he say? He said that it's going to rain today. What an idiot. There's not a cloud in the sky. Oriheim closed her book and smiled. Rain, huh? She said, brightly, good thing I brought my umbrella. June 17, 9:29 a.m. God DMN, it's hot. Ichigo said, wiping sweat off of his forehead. Despite the calm, albeit scorching, day, nothing could convince Ichigo that the day would be okay. Nevertheless, he had to hide his dread, at least to appease his family. June 17, 10:06 a.m. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't see cry. Yuzu said, blinking furiously, trying desperately not to spill tears, like she had done every time they visited the memorial. Stop being such a baby, Yuzu, Karen said, you can't keep doing this. Does Daddy need to use his cheerful dance? Ishin cried. Karen groaned. No need for that. Why? Daddy's just trying to cheer up his daughter. You're not helping. Wah, Karen. You're so cruel. Ichigo smiled at his family's antics, despite feeling a large, ominous presence. June 16. We met, when we were 4. Tatsuki said, to an attentive Oriheim, he was a scrawny kid, with his stupid orange hair, holding his mother's hand dearly. He came into the dojo, and wanted to fight the strongest kid in the class. So we got in the ring together, and I made him cry in 10 seconds. Easiest victory in my life. He kept crying, until his mom came back, and consoled him. Then, like that, Ichigo would go back to smiling like an idiot again. Unfortunately, all this changed 6 years ago. June 17, 10:23 a.m. Kon, this is your last chance. Fail me today, and you will be crushed, Ichigo said, to the pill, I hope you understand. He popped the pill in, emerged, in his Shinigami uniform. Ichigo, what are you doing? Kon said. Can't you feel it? There's something nearby. Karen, what's going on? Yuzu whimpered, feeling a heavy presence near her. Karen stood, about 15 feet away from her twin, dead silent. Can she see us too? A feminine voice, hidden away from Yuzu said, to Karen. She shook her head. "Let's us go," she said. The figure laughed. "Then, my dear, what will we have to eat?" "Hurry up!" Ichigo shouted, jumping up the hill, at a blistering pace. Kon gasped, trying to keep up. "Geez, Ichigo! Calm down," shouted Kon. Ichigo swooped back down, and clutched him by his collar. "Shut up!" He then dragged him to the top of the hill, where his sister were lying on the ground, unconscious. June 16th. After his mom died, he became a different person. He stopped enjoying the little things, and became a cynic. In class, Ichigo became withdrawn, and in karate, he lacked mercy. In fact, after he beat me for the first time, instead of enjoying his victory like he said he was, he just left the dojo, and never came back. I thought that was going to be the last time I ever see him. Then, somehow, we were placed in the same high school classes, and I was excited to see him again. See if he was doing better. To make things right again, but when we spoke, his personality seemed off. He looked happy, but wasn't. He spoke like he was changed, but he was as broken as he was before. And every time I asked if I could help, he refused me, and shut me out, again. I did whatever I could to help, but there's only so much one person can do. Oriheim looked down. "But what can I do?" she said, softly. Tatsuki patted her on the shoulder. "Listen," she replied, with a confident smile, "Ichigo needs someone who will listen to him, but won't judge him for what he says. And I believe that you're the person to do that." June 17th, 10:29 a.m. Ichigo looked at his sisters, then at the hollow, then at Hollow's weird head extension, leading to a familiar figure, and he rose his eyebrow. "I know you," he said, with a sharp tone, "you're the one who killed my mother." The hollow laughed. "I can't say I remember you, though," the hollow said, "when you eat as many children that we do, sometimes, you get a mother too." Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Kon, get my sisters out of here," he ordered. Without a sound, Kon gathered the twins and ran back down the hill. The hollow chuckled. "Futile effort, Shinigami," it said, "after I'm done devouring you, I'll get those little girls." Ichigo ripped his sword out of his sheath and stared down the large beast. Light drops of rain fell from the sky. "Unfortunately for you, I cannot allow that to happen." Rukia could not find words to say, as her phone rang, with the largest hollow readings that she ever seen. While her phone also detected that Ichigo was there, would he be enough? "On my lunch break, I'll get down there," she said, knowing that whatever was happening, was not good. Ichigo dashed in, sword ready, as the hollow launched sharp tentacles at him, which he easily flipped over, and cut them away. In retaliation, the hollow fired a Siro, which Ichigo sliced though, as it was wet tissue paper. Landing back on the ground, Ichigo burst for the hollow, who summoned more tentacles. The attack was to no avail, as Ichigo's advance was too fast, and before he could react, his right forelimb was hacked away. With a roar, the hollow fired a Siro into the ground, and the two combatants jumped away from each. "How disgusting," the hollow shouted, "new arm forming, I haven't been forced to heal myself in years." "How dare you!" Ichigo glared at it. "How are you?" the hollow cried, extending his claws. He charged and moved forward, paws extended. Ichigo caught the brunt of the attack by blocking, but the claws pricked him, and in a reactionary move, the orange-haired man pushed back. "You," the hollow said, "you were a Shinigami all the time." "Impossible." "So, you remember now?" Ichigo said. The hollow chuckled. "Why, of course. I remember how tasty my meal was that day. And now, after all of these years, I can now finish it." Ichigo chuckled. "Now that was confirmed," he said, before charging at the hollow, who fired tentacles at him, from nearly every direction, forcing Ichigo to redirect his assault. The hollow fired Siros into the sky, randomly, none of them connecting with Ichigo, but at least forcing to take a more predictable approach. Unfortunately for the hollow, Ichigo was not in the mood for simple tricks, and cut right through the Zero, nearly losing his right arm in the process. What? The hollow cried, wondering how insane this Shinigami actually was. He fired off more tentacles, none of them impeding the Shinigami's advance. Ichigo found himself besides the hollow, who had one more trick up his sleeve. The lure on his head transformed into a woman with long brown hair and fair skin. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. The hollow, using the visage of Kurosaki Masaki, figured that the Shinigami would be too stunned to do anything. But, then again, this was his first time meeting Kurosaki Ichigo, who glared at the woman, reaching her arms out. The rain increased, turning the ground into a solid pile of mud. In one easy, swift, and clean slash, Ichigo decapitated the model of his mother. The hollow's eyes widened, in horror, as this Shinigami completely destroyed his most valuable self-defense mechanism, and tried to flee, as quickly as possible. Ichigo, who had other plans, stabbed his sword into the underarm of the beast, and used this as momentum to roll himself onto its back. He then jumped into the air, bringing his massive sword into the lower back of the hollow, impaling him to the ground. Ichigo rolled off the back, and grabbed one of the forelimbs. Neat trick, Ichigo snarled, holding a viscous grin, too bad it didn't work. What the hell are you? The hollow cried, bewildered. Ichigo replied by tearing the hollow's limb off, and tossing it aside. The hollow squirmed, in pain, yet could not find itself free. Grow it back. Ichigo demanded. The hollow's arm grew back, despite the beast not wanting it to. Think it's funny to treat humans as fish, eh? Ichigo said, before ripping off the newly grown arm. The hollow thrashed about, before Ichigo put a halt to that, by smashing the beast in its neck. Don't move. Ichigo growled, moving over the other side, we're only getting started. A being, in a long black hooded trench coat, with a red crossing pattern on the back, from a near-side hill, watched over, pleased with what he was seeing. The black butterfly, that rested on his hand fluttered, trying in vain to dry its wings. I think we may finally have our chance, he said, and to think, I would find it on the anniversary of my sister's demise. June 17, 12:15 p.m. Ichigo. Ichigo. Rukia shouted, running with her umbrella. Kon rose his head. Nei-san. Ichigo's fighting one of those hollow things, and I think he went nuts. Kon shouted. Rukia blinked. What do you mean? After dropping off his sisters, I went back up there, to see him tearing off the limbs of the hollow, saying stuff like he's lost count and stuff. Rukia looked up the hill. What happened up there? Sometimes, you really wish you were kept in the dark on things. Ichigo was standing in the middle of a massive blood pool, holding a detached hollow head, blood nearly covering his entire body. Scattered limbs, that hadn't faded away, decorated the ground. The entire field smelled like blood, despite the heavy rain. Ichigo. Rukia called out, only getting Ichigo to shift his eyes. What are you down here? He asked, bitterly. What happened here? What do you think? He said, as the head had evaporated away. I killed a hollow. June 17, 7:12 p.m. Ichigo, for the first time in the day, found peace, standing at his mother's tomb. The rain hadn't stopped, but that did not matter. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime said, softly, underneath a white umbrella. Ichigo turned his head towards her, then back. Are you okay? She asked. Ichigo nodded. I'm as okay as I've always been. That I'm sorry if I'm intruding. You're not. Orihime blinked. I'm not. No, you are not, Ichigo said, a bit more forcefully this time. Tragedy brings company, as they say. I guess we're here. But, even after a tragedy, you can still return, better than ever. How idealistic. Ichigo said. Orihime looked down, afraid of what to say next. No matter what one does, tragedy, disaster, hatred, and war will still be there. Idealism is there, for those who want to ignore it, those who want it to be blissful in ignorance. Not everyone can be content with that way of life. But, if you let pain get to you, how do you find happiness? If everyone is a cynic, no one does anything. If everyone is an idealist, everyone does nothing. There has to be a balance, so people can achieve their goals. Those who longing are aware on what they want. They have to be idealistic enough, to see it come to fruition, but cynical enough to know that they can fail. Those arrogant enough to believe that they can achieve bliss, without sacrifice are foolish. Then what do you want? And do you believe that you can reach it? Long gone are the days, where I had a future. Is it the Shinigami responsibilities? Ichigo chuckled. So, you do remember, but, for your question, no, that is not the reason. Then what is? If I told you, you would not understand. Ichigo begun to walk off. Was it worth it? Orihime asked, softly. Ichigo paused. What? You said before that everyone has to sacrifice something, to achieve their goals. So, whatever you sacrificed, was it worth it? Ichigo, for the first time, in the conversation, had no response. Chapter 6, Dead Insects. For the first time in Rukia's Shinigami career, she felt absolute dread at a fellow ally. Even when that incident happened, she still felt hope that he could be saved, despite the critical condition he was in. But Ichigo. Ichigo terrified her. His dead glare. The hint of madness expressed in his face. Not to mention his voice. He sounded fierce, deadly, desperate. She wanted nothing more than to discharge him of his duty, and take back her powers, but she knew she couldn't do that. But she had to question the mental stability of the boy. It was odd on how easy and quickly he snapped. During their patrol nights, Ichigo was very calm, killing an enemy rather quickly, spurting out some sarcastic comments, but that was it. Why was this one different, she asked, aloud. Was it the pressure finally reaching him? Was it fear? Whatever it was, she knew she wasn't going to get it by asking. What? Rukia asked, holding her boxed lunch. Orihime, holding her own lunch, looked into the shorter female's eyes, pleading with her. Come on. Can you please eat lunch with me, she asked. Rukia blinked. Oh okay, she said. Orihime grabbed Rukia's wrist, and ran off, dragging the smaller girl. Ichigo rose an eyebrow, as Tatsuki walked to his desk. Wonder where they're going, she said. Ichigo shrugged. So, you can see spirits? Rukia asked, sternly. Orihime nodded. And you remember what happened that night? Again, Orihime nodded. Rukia shook her head. This doesn't make any sense. Maybe when I died Why you didn't die? Rukia hurriedly said, your soul was just removed from your body temporarily. Orihime blinked. Doesn't that mean the same thing, she asked. No well, I don't think so. You're still here, anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, do you think that could be a reason? We don't have any other theories. Bohahahaha. Isshin shouted, arms folded in an X, over his chest. Ichigo grimaced. I will kill you in your sleep if you ever do that again, he growled. Isshin frowned. How disrespectful, my son is, he cried, I thought I trained you better than this. I'm not a DMN dog. Leave me alone. Bohahahaha. Yuzu shouted, forming the same pose as her father. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. No more of that, he said, placing an open hand on her head. Ichigo then walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and grabbed a can of orange Fanta. What are you doing anyway, he asked. You haven't heard about Don Kananji? Yuzu asked. Who? He's a quack, that claims he can see ghosts. Karen said, from down the hall. Karen. Don Kananji can see ghosts. Ichigo popped the tab on his soda. And? What's so special about that? He defeats the evil spirits. Isn't that cool? Ichigo chuckled. Wow, that is cool, he said, sarcastic drawl in his tone. What's with the sudden posing and stuff? Wow, Oniai-chan, you are slow, Yuzu said. He's coming to Karakura town, next week. Bohahahaha. Kigo and Mizuiro shouted, in unison, standing at Ichigo's desk, who had his forehead firmly implanted in it. Do not start with me, he growled. He rose his head, tiredly. What's wrong, Ichigo? Kigo asked, aren't you excited that Don Kananji is coming to Karakura? We got you a ticket. No, I'm not, Ichigo replied, and unfortunately for you, and myself, I'm going with my family. Get someone else to go with you. Like who? Chad. We already gave Sato-kun his ticket, Mizuiro interjected. Ichigo shrugged. Get a date. Yeah. But who should I ask? Maybe Inoue-san. Ichigo bust out in laughter, leaning back in his seat. Whoa, buddy, way to set your standards high, he said, grinning. What? You don't think it could happen? Dude, you have a better shot with the lesbian. Try someone in your level. The door to the classroom and Rukia walked in. Like Kuchiki. Rukia narrowed her eyes and sat at her desk. You think so? Kigo asked, which Ichigo responded with a nod. Kuchiki-san. Will you go to the show with me, he said, holding out a ticket. Rukia looked at the ticket, back up at Kigo, then back at the ticket. What show? She asked. Ichigo snorted. Don Kananji's Ghost Bus. Have you heard of it? Rukia, at the mention of ghosts, perked up and put on her actor's face. Oh, I would be delighted to go with you, Asano-san. I just didn't know what show it was, she said. Because she's homeless, and all, Ichigo added, playing with his pencil. Rukia shifted her eyes. Oh, well, I'll meet you at the show, okay. Kigo said, sitting in his desk. Smooth, Asano. What is he talking about? Rukia asked, what is this show about? I don't know. Watch it, Ichigo answered. Not helping. Where am I going to watch it? Urahara doesn't have a television. Go over a friend's house. So I can watch it at your house. At a friend's house. Go over Chad's or Inoue's house and watch it. Leave me the hell alone. What a wonderful person you are. The next day, Ichigo sat at his desk, balancing his pencil on the end of his finger. It was rare that he would get a relaxing morning like this. Just a morning to himself, one where he can just reflect on the direction of his life, and... Bohahahaha. Oriheim and Rukia synchronized together. Ichigo gripped the pencil, and jammed it into the desk, shattering it into two. No more, he said, pressing his head against his desk, no more. No more. Ichigo said, rubbing his temples, no more. Shut up, you child, Ishin said, patting his son on his back, sk it up, be here for your sisters. The only reason why I'm here is for my sisters, stupid. God, let this be over quickly. The Sterling Experiments. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, Kisuk said, smoking a pipe. What could that crazy fool be up to? Sterling was one of your maggots, if I remember correctly, the black cat, Yoruchi said, he's your responsibility. Deal with it. Urahara sighed, and grabbed his cane. Okay, if you believe that this is his fault, I'll go. Something was wrong. And it wasn't a hollow. Ichigo felt no spiritual pressure. He felt nothing of a lurking beast. He definitely heard the screaming spirit, screaming regrets and misery, but that was it. This is depressing, he said, I'm going to the restroom. But you'll miss everything. Yuzu cried. Ichigo shrugged. It's not that important. Is that him? Up in the helicopter. Kigo shouted, excitedly. Mizuiro frowned. Wow, you were actually excited for this, he said, harshly, that's rather sad of you. You don't have to be so mean. Kigo whined. Sato frowned, as a stiff breeze hit the group. It's probably nothing. Rukia said, disarming him, I haven't gotten any orders yet. Spirits. Don Kananji shouted, falling from the sky, are always with you. Oh, it's you. Ichigo said, eyes narrowed, what's going on now? Ichigo's body was laid out, limp, as Urahara Kisuke stood over him. Yeah, it's a little complicated. But you have to get in there, and stop that medium, okay, he said. Ichigo frowned. Whatever. Smells like bad spirits. Don Kananji shouted, holding his arms out, do not worry, as the famed Don Kananji will save your soul. Who the hell are you? The spirit screamed. Don Kananji nodded and stuck his cane in the hole in the chest of the spirit. I'll send you to heave dash, he started, before he was thrown into a wall. The crowd gasped. No more of that, Ichigo said, before turning his attention to the spirit, let's get this over with. Who are you, foul spirit? Don Kananji shouted, unharmed. Ichigo chuckled. For an idiot, you can sure take a punch, he said, I'm the one going to prevent this tragedy. Stand aside. Are you working with this ghoul? No. Then why did you attack me? I'm only do what's best. Shut up, and let me handle this. Before Ichigo got to handle this, a massive explosion destroyed the west wing of the hospital. Ichigo and Don Kananji turned their attention to it, as the crowd scattered. What did you do? Don Kananji asked, bewildered. That's not me. Ichigo said, running toward to blast radius. When he arrived, nothing, but Rukia and Urahara were there. Ichigo frowned. What's going on? He asked. Nothing of your concern, Rukia replied, this is a job outside of our boundaries. Go home. Beach, please. Old man, tell me what the hell is going on. Urahara's smile faded. Looks like we got demons, he answered. Ichigo frowned. A demon? Really? Yes, really. You are not equipped to fight one now. Go home. Whatever. The least I can do is keep this thing from attacking others. Go home, Kurosaki-san, Urahara said, I'll take care of it. You don't even know where it is. Urahara paused. Fine, that if you want, go ahead. Just don't die or anything. The shopkeeper walked away, smiling. Rukia frowned. You are not fighting this thing. Think twice, my dear, he said, grabbing Rukia by her collar, and dragging her away. You can't kill this thing now. Rukia shouted, you don't even have a demon arm. How are you going to hurt it? With this awesome sword of mine, Ichigo replied, calmly. Rukia sighed in frustration. That's the thing, she said, demons do not have souls, idiot. Your Zanpakuto won't be able to actually harm it severely. Ichigo looked at her, but he still held a bit of confidence. That until he saw the resting place of the plus they were seeking. Or, in this case, the former resting spot of the spirit. In what may be appropriately called a savage act, the former resting spot was smeared with blood, and scratch marks, deep in the ground. Okay, that was a bit unexpected. Ichigo said, shocked, well, this is going to be a little different. An attractive woman, with dark green hair, wearing a tight seressure around her ample bosom, and a dark red and gold hakama, walked into Urahara's shop, with a bright smile. You called? She asked. Urahara nodded. An attractive woman in my shop, he said, grinning, how that is a rare sight today. Cut the bullshit. You said this was important. Fine, about Dr. Nev Bolesin. The demon wasn't very impressive. In fact, you could say that it was downright pathetic. It was just smaller than the average hollow, and it resembled a tick. The skin of the demon pulsated, as if it was a very painful tumor. It scuttled around. Clumsily. And you said I couldn't kill this thing. Ichigo said. Rukia cupped her chin. Demons don't normally look like this. Well, the ones in the handbook didn't look like this. Yet again, insect demons don't grow to be that big either, she said. The demon tried to flee, but it fell over. Wow, let me end this thing. Ichigo said, slicing the demon in half. Black blood flowed from both segments, freely. And done. Ichigo said, before a cord ripped itself out, and attached itself to the other part. Ichigo turned around, very slowly. The demon rose, blood pouring freely from the beast, as it started to transform. The tick-like body was overtaken by a web of tentacles and legs. The top segment grew an eye, exploding from his underbelly. Sharp claws grew from his body and the upper segment, twitching in a hypnotic rhythm. And to make everything even more nightmare-inducing, 4 wings burst from the body, giving it flight. It roared a mighty, blood-curdling scream. And Ichigo and Rukia could only stare at it, mouths agape. I think my brain vomited a bit. Rukia said. That is going to linger in my dreams for a little while. Ichigo said. The beast roared again, launching a claw into the chest of Ichigo, flooring him. A lot more calm than he should, Ichigo cut himself free, and rolled back, finding his footing. Nope, he shouted, charging forward, slicing a chunk of the demon away. Fluttering back, the demon fired off a ball of acid, and watched as its wounds heal. That's a pleasant surprise. Ichigo said, I hope whoever is trained to kill these things hurry the hell up. If you rush me, nothing gets done, the green-haired woman said, kicking the demon into the ground. She summoned a thin scimitar, and stabbed the demon, cutting it back in half. She then opened her palm and blasted the demon down. Well, wasn't this a wasted effort? This demon only recently got out from its prison. It hadn't matured yet, she said. You, Shinigami, you know that was the wrong decision, bro. Yo, shut up, Ichigo growled. The women giggled. Who are you? Rukia asked. Oh, little ol' me, she said, sweetly, I am the 5th head of the Lords of Death, Muken Yura. Who might you two be? Substitute Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo answered, anyone wanna help heal this DMN hole in my chest? I'm Kachiki Rukia. That's a mighty high honor you hold. And that's a mighty high name you hold, Yura said, a member of the Kachiki clan. How impressive. There's nothing impressive about a name, Rukia said, harshly. Whoa, baby, calm your melons. I'm just stating what I heard. Whatever did I believe that we are done here, Ichigo. Rukia walked off, a bit upset. Ichigo shrugged. So will you get rid of this hole in my chest? Ichigo asked, flatly. Yura smiled. Sure thing, cutie. For the half-hour Ichigo talked to Yura, he learned 2 things. 1, being a demon hunter would be awesome. 2, Yura was batshit insane. For 1, she was liking his wounds, and he slapped a veto on that. She liked her bloody hands. The only way he could stop that was to stop bleeding, and since that wasn't happening, seeing that it's a little hard to stop bleeding when you have a hole in your chest, so he sat, uncomfortable, and freaked the hell out. I mean, everyone has their obsessions. Ichigo, for 1, likes fire. A lot. But he doesn't need to freak the F out of people by burning their hair or something. And he's not going to judge her for being a blood fetishist because it's not too out there. But whoa man, leave a warning before you start tasting a dude's blood. Yawning, Ichigo decided to put yesterday's night behind him and go eat breakfast, enjoying his 1 day off from school, when a Don Kananji sat, in his living room. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Hello, young Kurosaki, he shouted. If it was possible, Ichigo's eyes narrowed even further. Get the hell out of my house, he said, voice full of baritone, I am not in the mood for your bullshit. No, the guy in the hat and clogs cleared everything up for me. He said I was exorcising spirits wrongly. Not one sheet has been, or will be given. Get out. He gave me a cane to do it properly. So, I'm kinda like you. Seriously, get out. Oh, and I didn't tell your family about last night. Great. Get out. Thank you, for helping me realize the error of my ways. I really didn't do that much, but you're welcome. Get out. Anyway, I'm off. I'm set for Chiba next. Spirits are always with you. Get out. Bohahahaha. Ichigo slammed the front door. No more of that. Chapter 7, Katzenjammer. Ichigo's love affair with music came out of nowhere. In fact, before his mother died, he hated music. He felt that only weak people created music. Those who could not protect created tunes. Ichigo was a protector. He had no time for music. But with the death of his mother, he spent a lot of bitter hours, flipping through the television channels, seeking some kind of emotional reprieve. And his answer came on MTV Japan. Late at night, MTV Japan had a show, called Off the Air, where they played a lot of international hits and oldies. Late at night, this is where he got his influence. Even though he couldn't understand the lyrics, he felt the emotion, stringing itself into the chords of the guitar, and beats of the drum. From Nirvana to Oasis, to Sonic Youth, for the 2 hours that the program ran for, all of his problems seemingly disappeared from his head. Finding peace was much easier, now that he had music. When he got the money, he went out and bought CDs. While at first, Ichigo would only buy music from bands that he knew of. But, after a PRD of no new music, he just picked up any album that looked interesting. Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Kyuss, Queens of the Stone Age, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and many, many other bands. Ichigo had a nice collection of music, but no way to listen to it all. Then, for his 13th birthday, he received the greatest gift of all. A small, black and blue 64GB MP3 player. And it was appealing. No longer did he need to carry discs around. No longer then he need to decide what he listened to that day. No longer. It was amazing, and it led him to the new age of technology. Combine that, with a laptop that he won in a science fair, one where he tested the melting point reactions of several metals and minerals, and he was in music heaven. He transplanted all of his CDs to his MP3 player and rocked out. His obsession with music even went so far that he wanted to learn how to play it. He worked the hard jobs, and gathered the meager cash for a cheap guitar, an amp, and a fuzz box, and taught himself how to play it. He even thinks he got pretty good at it, even though no one will give him an actual opinion on his skills. It really didn't matter, though. Ichigo felt he was happy, listening to his music. It shielded him from the bitterness that he felt. The anger that he felt. The loneliness that he felt. Of course, with his new responsibilities, he had less time on his hands to drown his sorrows, so he felt bad habits come roaring back. Of course, it's only fair to mention that his new responsibilities were, in no part, his fault. It's not his fault that Rukia decided to bleed out in front of his house. It is his fault to actually go and check up on her, again, but, in his skewed visions of events past, he likes to leave that little part out. It was strange, though. He lived through 15 years, and only seen one hollow. Ichigo did see something very wrong with that picture. And to add to that, Ichigo had never seen another Shinigami, so, of course, Ichigo figured that there was something else to this story. This led back to Urahara's sudden appearance. Ichigo was very unaware of his candy shop. Ichigo wasn't sure about it, but when he asked everyone he knew if they had heard of the place, he was sure that his candy emporium was a fraud. And then there was himself. When Rukia said that spiritually aware people were rare, something told him that there was something hidden away from him. If they were so hard to find, then how the hell were there two people in his family that could see them? Ichigo did not believe that things happened by chance. Something was up, and he was going to get to the bottom of things. You still haven't told me why you thought I couldn't beat that demon, Kuchiki, Ichigo said, walking with her and Sato. After school, I believe I did an okay job, for a beginner. For once, Zanpakuto are not meant to cut non-spiritual beings, Rukia replied. Zanpakuto? Do you listen to me when I explain these things? I'm barely listening to you now. Then why did you ask? Nearby, a figure, clad in a Karakura high school uniform followed loosely. Spiritual pressure manipulation was a beach, but Ichigo was determined to learn it. It already SCKED, seeing that his absurd amount of power kept him from maximizing his full potential and that it would have been much easier if he had started out, weaker. But, it wasn't how his tale would go, and that would be that. Ichigo would start out with the simple things. Moving small items around. Later, he would move on to denting walls or floors, but this was a good base. Spiritual pressure manipulation had several wonderful qualities. Like the ability to feel other spiritual registers. Like the one that he was feeling now. It felt like a hollow, but another form was there. Powerful too. Ichigo groaned as he grabbed a class roster sheet out of his school bag. It doesn't feel like Chad, and I know it's not Inoue, he said, opening it up. Scanning the sheet, he folded it back up and tossed it back into his bag. Out of all the people that I had felt, in the school, none of them could be it. Not Mizuiro, Kigo, nor Tatsuki, but. He does remember being followed. The signature was faint, but it was still there. Ichigo, trying to think what his next course of action should be, cupped his chin. I got a little work to do. Kon, go home, Ichigo ordered, in his spiritual body, no need putting my real body in jeopardy. What? I can't have a little fun. Kon squealed. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Do not make me repeat myself. Rukia and Sato looked at the substitute, confused. Where did this attitude come from? Rukia asked. Come on. We have a little work to do. Hours before. The night before, Ichigo had come to 3 very solid conclusions. There was someone else, in the school, who was spiritually aware. He figured this one, from the fact that the person followed them from the school. They had powers and were strong enough to kill a hollow. They knew how to control their powers, enough to completely conceal them. Finding them, however, was the difficult problem. So, he decided to use his brain and get to the bottom of this. And that's where Inoue came into. Being spiritually aware was not the reason why he needed her. No, in this situation, he needed her social skills. In the many, many flaws of one Kurosaki Ichigo, his social skills were one of his worst attributes. He was truly awful at making people like him. Talking to them was easy. But once he found anything he could mock, he attacked it, like a lion pouncing onto its prey. He doesn't know why he does it. He just does. If the situation was less important, Ichigo would go into a mental tangent, on how he is a truly awful person, with truly awful people skills, and an overly blatant jackass front, repelling those other than the weak away from him. He would set mental notes, telling himself to gear up, and become a better, more respectable person, and try to make strides in a positive direction, which will later fail, and actually would push him in the opposite direction. Luckily, he was focused on finding Inoue. She was the key to. The thoughts that were running wild through his head derailed, as he walked into a light, womanly figure. He merely stopped in his tracks, as the woman fell down. Ow, the girl ummed, collecting her wits. Ichigo blinked. Hello, Inoue, he said, thinking how convenient this was, just the person I was looking for. Orihime locked up. Kei Kurosaki-kun, she squeaked. In the flesh. What do you want from me? Ichigo stroked his chin, trying to find an easy way to say this. I need you to tell me what you know about Ishida Yuryu. Out of all of the potential suspects, Yuryu was the most likely. Not only was he shady and mysterious, He was also one of the few members of his class not affected by the memory reviser Urahara dropped, confirmed by Inoue. Clearly, the person holding the power was also very smart. They had to be, seeing that they knowingly suppressed their power. And given that spiritual pressure control was extremely mental, it only made sense. But now, he needed to bait him out. Of course, stalking him would do nothing, so he needed to take a more cerebral approach. Ishida-kun. Okay. I'll go get him. Ichigo narrowed his eyes and grabbed her arm. Not an introduction, he specified, just a very general bio. Inoue blinked. Oh, well, he had the highest exam scores in the school, she said. Neat. And he's in the sewing club with me. He's very good. Ichigo frowned. He wasn't getting what he wanted. He doesn't talk much. Sometimes, I try to talk to him, but he just keeps on sewing. But I know he's very nice if you get to know him. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. That will be enough, Inoue, he said, I believe that will be enough. Thank you. Oh, are you going to introduce yourself to him? Something like that. Yo, go with Kon, Ichigo said, eyebrows furrowed, I'll go and try and find the person we're looking for. Ichigo, I don't think that's a good idea. Rukia said. Ichigo shrugged. It's better than wandering around, like a bunch of idiots, don't cha think? Well. I agree, Sato interjected. Me too, Kon said. Rukia sighed. Be safe, she said, before walking off. Ichigo nodded, before turning around. I did my part, he said, before dashing away. In the mind of Ishida Yuryu, there was something wrong. Upon exiting the craft store, he walked into an alley and came face to with the Shinigami he's been preparing for. Humph, what a surprise, he said, dully. Whoa. Who is this guy? Kon said. Rukia stepped up. Who are you? She asked. Yuryu pushed his glasses up. I am a member of your class, Kurosaki. Kuchiki. Yasutora. Kon smiled. Are you now? He asked. Yuryu turned toward the mod soul. Yes, I am. I cannot believe how stupid you are. That's a bit harsh. All I'm doing is making sure. Yuryu narrowed his eyes. Making sure of what? Making sure that you can see me. Kon then stretched his arms out. Kon, you can come down now. Ichigo jumped off the roof of the craft store and glared at Kon. UBSTRD. Do you know how hot it is out here, and you forced me to wear 2 layers of clothing, he shouted. Rukia and Yuryu's eyes widened. What? Rukia shouted. Ichigo smiled. Simple. Mai and Kon suched clothes. Nothing more. What for? To see if you could see me, Ichigo said, with a grin, see, I'm in my spiritual body. A normal man would not be able to converse with me. Yuryu frowned. Humph, whatever, what business do you have with me, he asked. What business do you have with me? I really don't have enough time to deal with stalkers, so state your issue with me, and let's get this over with. Yuryu smiled, as a blue bow formed in his right hand. My name is Ishida Yuryu, and I am a Quincy, he said, and I hate Shinigami. Orihime, I'll be a little late from practice, Tatsuki said, tightening the bandages on her hands, you can walk home by yourself, right? Sure, Tatsuki-chan. I'll be just fine by myself, Orihime answered, with a slight bounce to her step. All right then, see you later, Tatsuki said, as she walked toward the gym. Orihime waved, holding an apprehensive smile. Something was wrong, and she had to stay at the school. She walked around the campus looking for something to do. Haim-chan. Why don't you come and talk to me, while I'm cleaning? Chizuru shouted, from the window. Orihime looked up, and, with a smile, replied, Ohio Honcho-chan. I'll be up there in a minute. Well, Cleaning a classroom wasn't the optimal waiting scenario, but it was better than nothing. Okay. Ichigo said, tilting his head, that's it. Yuryu narrowed his eyes. That's it, he replied. Ichigo laughed. Alright, Kon. Get out of my body, he said, I have nothing for this guy. Yuryu fired an arrow, which whizzed past the Carrot Top's right ear. Don't move. We have a score to settle. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. If you do not want to find yourself bleeding to death, I implore that you cease this idiotic move. Do you think someone so dependent on another can defeat me? Yuryu said. If you are referring to Kuchiki, you would be wrong in that assessment, Ichigo said. Again, there is nothing you can prove, for I am not a Shinigami, and thus, I hold no pride about this occupation. Now, let's not do this stunt, Quincy. Are you afraid of facing me? No. I just don't want to. Yuryu smirked, as he pulled out a small, bluish charm. I'll make you face me, he said. Rukia turned slowly and gasped. Ichigo, she shouted, prompting him to about-face. What? He said. This object which I hold, is called hollow bait. When I crush this, a stream of hollows will flood this very location, seeking this tiny object, Yuryu said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Do not do it, he said, I'm warning you. Whoever kills the most hollows in 24 hours wins. Stop now. Rukia shouted. Yuryu clenched his fist, and the hollow bait burst. Ah shit, he did it. Ichigo said, snapping his fingers, Kon, gimme back my clothes and weapon. We got work to do. Yuryu fired off 3 arrows and smirked. You're already 3 behind, he said, move along, Shinigami. The Quincy ran off, chasing what he sensed. Ichigo glared at him. Chad, Rukia, go do your thing or something. I'll deal with the Quincy, he said. Sure, Ichigo, Sato said. Okay. Be safe, Kurosaki, Rukia said, before hopping onto Sato's back, who ran off, in the directions of the multitude of orders flooding her phone. What about me? Kon whined. Go home. Go home, and do not make a scene getting there. What? Can't I at least dash? I'm going to repeat myself once more. Go home, and do not make a scene, or you die. Got me? Kon shivered. G got you. Good. Well, this was not good. Oriheim thought, looking out the window. As Chizuru swept, singing happily on how she got to spend time with her princess, spirits flooded the town. She could feel a powerful one, near the school. It's probably one of those monsters, she thought, trying to find a way to hurry her friends away from the school. How much longer are we going to be here? She asked, with a smile on her face. Anytime you're ready. Chizuru beamed. 11, Yuryu said, to himself, counting off his kills, quick and easy. He closed his eyes and sensed that Ichigo was running in the opposite direction of him. Humph, idiot. Ichigo was very calm, despite the situation. He was serene. At peace. Placid. Tranquil. But that doesn't mean he was horrifically sad. And he was ready for blood. I'm too young for this sheet, he grumbled, cutting down a small, cat-like hollow. Tatsuki-chan. Are you ready to go? Oriheim called out. Hold up. I'm still in my GI. Tatsuki replied back. Come on, Haim-chan. Let's just go alone, Chizuru suggested, getting dangerously close to her precious princess. Oriheim chuckled, rubbing the back of her head. Oh, I think we need to wait for Tatsuki-chan, she said, wouldn't want her to miss out on the fun. Oh, I think we can have a little fun together. Chizuru said. Oriheim chuckled again, as beady, yellow eyes stared at her. Mustn't show fear, she screamed mentally. The hollow chuckled. You can see me, girl, the hollow said, in a feminine, sharp tone. Oriheim's eyes widened. Honsho-chan, get down, she cried, as a bullet was fired, from underneath the hollow's tentacle. Chizuru was plugged in the back of her shoulder and fell to the ground. Blood spilled from the wound, freely, yet the bullet, which resembled a seed, was not very deep inside. Honsho-chan. Oriheim shouted, grabbing Chizuru. She groaned, then, somehow, started to smile. Call me Chizuru, she said, and I'm not hurt that badly. Oriheim blinked. See, I can still move my arm around. To demonstrate, Chizuru rolled her shoulder, then extended her arm. With her hand squeezing Oriheim's neck. Chizuru's eyes widened, in shock. What's going on?" she cried, wondering why she couldn't control her body. Oriheim, summoning all the strength she could muster, pushed off the red head, and fell back, into the clutch of a fellow student. The hollow laughed. How humorous, it cackled, I wonder how I can torture you. Maybe I cut your limbs off. Or have you raped by every male until my control? Oh, the possibilities. The students holding Oriheim down started ripping at her blouse, causing her to squirm violently. Where is the screaming I longing? The hollow asked. Oriheim shook her head, trying to buy her way to freedom, but to no avail. What the hell are you doing? Tatsuki shouted, back in her school uniform. A quick straight knocked one boy off, and a roundhouse kick freed the girl from the assault. Oriheim, what's going on? She asked, as Chizuru stabbed out her hand, grabbing the karate student's neck, tears streaming down her eyes. Who dares to interrupt my fun? The hollow exclaimed, waving her tentacles. Tatsuki looked around. Where is it? She shouted. The hollow laughed. Oh, it seems that this newcomer cannot see me. This shall be fun. Tatsuki, behind you. Oriheim shouted. Tatsuki whipped around, only to get hit in the eye with a seed. The hollow cackled again. Now, I can focus my attention back to you. The hollow called for those under her control to march forward. Oriheim had no idea what to do. Tatsuki-chan, she whimpered. She wasn't strong. She had no power. She was helpless, completely vulnerable to the coming attack. Oriheim closed her eyes when a bright light encased the field. What is this? The hollow asked. 6 bright lights circled Oriheim, shining brightly. She blinked. What's going on? She asked. A male light, with a blonde topknot, and a red Chinese outfit stood in front of her. Hello, Inoue-sama. You have finally awoken us, he said, smiling brightly. Oriheim blinked, puzzled. You look confused. Were you not expecting us? Of course, she wasn't. Shuno, a female fairy, with pink hair, and yellow sunglasses said, this is her first time summoning us, and this is a combat situation. Duh. True, true. Shuno replied, this is a little odd. Why haven't you discovered your true power yet? I have power. Oriheim responded, tilting her head slightly. Shuno sighed. Come on. I'm aching for some action, a fairy with sharp black hair, and a mask covering his face. Calm down, Tsubaki. We have to take this slowly, Shuno instructed, she's a beginner. She didn't even know about us, until this moment. Let's start with the easy stuff. Rejection. With your abilities, you can reject any event from ever happening, like that injury to your dear friend. All you have to do is call out our names, I am, and Shuno, Soten Kishun, and I reject, and let us handle it from there. I am, a female with black hair, and an oversized red dress covering her head, explained, give it a try. Okay. Oriheim said, I am, Shuno, Soten Kishun that I reject. An orange triangular shield covered Tatsuki's body and removed the seed from her face. Oriheim's eyes opened in shock. Did I do that? She asked. Shuno nodded. What the hell are you doing? The hollow cried out, die, human. The hollow fired out several out seeds. Be calm, Inoue-sama. I will protect you, a fairy, wearing a tight purple jumpsuit, and an eye patch cried excitedly. Bagan, Hinajuku, Lily. Santen Keshin. I reject. Shunno instructed, which Oriheim, timidly repeated. A triangular shield spread in front of her, and the seeds disappeared into it. Oriheim gasped. Wow, that was cool, she shouted. Silence, women. Now is the time to finish the job. Tsubaki barked, Tsubaki. Koten Zanshuin. I reject. Go. Tsubaki, Koten Zanshuin. Oriheim said, eyes turning fierce with determination, I reject. Tsubaki flew at the hollow with incredible speed. He crashed through the hollow's mask, cutting it cleanly in half. Oriheim stared at the scene, stunned. I did it, she said, falling softly to the ground. Oh dear, she's gone and fainted on us. Shunno said, with his usual smirk. Humph, are you sure that she can wield us effectively? Tsubaki said, sharply. I do, Urahara said, from behind them. The 6 fairies turned around. Who are you? Shunno asked. I'm a man who wants you to not share some backstory with the young lady if you could. Huh, why? Because, it would be a little too much to take, for the time being. Well, this is discomforting. Ichigo said, frowning deeply. He felt another powerful force at the school, and he had no doubt on how it was. He wished it wasn't her, but he knew it was, and he knew he was going to deal with it at some other time. Day just keeps getting worse, he growled. 28. Yuryu said, seeing the blood leak from his hand. This wasn't good. My aim is becoming unsteady. I can't keep killing them in one shot like this. He prepared another arrow, before finding himself tossed aside, with a deep slash in his hip. He rolled across the ground, then looked for the attacker. To his surprise, it was none other than Kurosaki Ichigo. I thought you would be smart enough to realize that I was behind you, he said. Unfortunately for you, you didn't, and now you are going to die. For shame, Quincy. For shame. Shame. How dare you attack me like this? Do you have any honor? Yuryu shouted. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Honor? Do you understand how stupid you sound? Ichigo said, honor is for the weak, those who want to handicap themselves. Those who do not understand that fighting is an act of war. Those who do not understand that death is nothing but messy, dishonorable act. You can live as noble as you please, but still find yourself on the wrong side of a firing squad. There is no honor in combat. You set yourself up as my opponent, thus, you accepted that death is a reasonable future. I do not have the time to deal with moronic children that still believe in this concept of honor. Ichigo reached into his pocket and pulled out the hollow bait Ishida earlier used. I wonder if hollows prefer live bait over this thing, he said, with a sadistic smirk on his face. Yuryu bared his teeth. A crack in the sky formed. What's going on? Yuryu asked. I don't know. I know that this is all your fault and that I'm going to disembowel you after I'm done dealing with that thing. Kuchiki-san, the sky has a crack in it, Sato said, pointing towards it, with his armored arm. Rukia frowned. Take me to Ichigo, now. After moments of trepidation, the hollow emerged, black, massive, and imposing. It roared, before flashing out its massive tongue, to scoop up other hollows. Ichigo whistled. Whoa, you are a big one, he said, smirking, time for you to go, though. Kurosaki. Get away. Rukia shouted, from the back of the giant. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. And I thought I wouldn't have to deal with you anymore today, he said, what do you want? I'm busy. That's a Minos Grande. You can't fight that now, she shouted. A Minos? Why would one of those be attracted to my bait? Yuryu said, summoning his bow. Ichigo cracked his knuckles. First, shut up Quincy. Second, because that thing is eating the smaller hollows, as you can see. Third, I have a plan. Before they could react, Ichigo ran over to Yuryu, scooped up as many spiritual particles as he could, and leaped into the air, slashing them at the Minos' mask. The hollow seemed only slightly annoyed at this gesture and prepared a zero. There's no way he can dodge that. Yuryu shouted, still in shock that he stole his bow from his hands. The Minos fired away, but only met other spiritual particles, which absorbed, and bounced the technique right back into its mask, cracking it in half. The Minos, despite being a hive mind, to the addition of not being very smart, decided to call it quits, and fled, through another portal. Ichigo, on the other hand, was rocketed into the pavement and found that his entire left arm was now a mangled mess. Son of a, he said, shaking his head. Well, that's what he gets for being an overzealous attacker. How did you dash? Rukia started. No, Ichigo interrupted with. He pulled his arm out, grabbed his sword with the right hand, and limped away. Yuryu chuckled. I thought that you were going to kill me, Shinigami, he taunted. F. you. Good evening, Kurosaki-kun, said Orihime, sitting in a small room. Rukia narrowed their eyes and turned to Urahara. Do you have any morphine for me to overdose on? Ichigo asked. No. Orihime responded. Then I'm going to lay down here. Please, for the love of God, nobody touch me. My entire body feels like I just been bricked. Explain, Urahara, Rukia said, as Ichigo laid on the floor, in clear and obvious agony. Orihime worriedly rushed to his side. Easy. Urahara said, brightly, Inoue-san now has interesting powers. Isn't it cool? Rukia facepalmed. I'm not in the mood for this sheet, she growled, good night. But it's still so early. Urahara said, following her. Kurosaki-kun, are you okay? Orihime asked, gently. Ichigo peeked open his eyes. If you consider having an arm that doesn't function anymore, okay, then I'm fantastic, God, I need some morphine. She looked to the arm, then smiled. I can fix it, she chirped. Ichigo scowled. If you fix this disaster, then you are a miracle worker, he said. Orihime clasped her hands, and chanted, I am, Shano. Soten Kishun. I reject. The orange barrier rose, and covered Ichigo's lame arm, and started to heal it. Ichigo's eyes widened, half in amazement, half in shock. Whoa, Inoue, he said, my arm has never felt better. Thank you, Kurosaki-kun. Ichigo looked outside, to still see that there was quite a bit of light left. Now, it's getting late, Inoue. How about I walk you home? Orihime blushed. Why you don't have to do that, she squeaked out. Ichigo shook his head. You can tell me about how all of this happened today. I would like to know this. Okay. So, where are you staying? Tatsuki-chan's house. Ichigo paused. You still haven't found an apartment? No, did I ask that bad? It's not good, but we can worry about that later. Whatever she just did, it's not called healing, Ichigo said, testing his arm out. He had been healed before. He felt bones pop back into place, muscle tears reattach themselves, concussions fade away. Rukia's silly little magic was healing, even if it barely worked. What Orihime just did that it was amazing. My arm was basically shredded, how did she do this? Ichigo asked himself, before turning the corner, to see a silver-haired man, in a doctor uniform, standing in front of his house. Yes, this is a clinic, Ichigo said, yes, it is legally approved too. Get going. The man turned to Ichigo. I presume you are Kurosaki Ichigo, he said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. I presume you have a reason for being here, he snapped back, if not, begone. My dad probably isn't here. I'm not looking for your incompetent father. I'm looking to deliver this, to you, the man said, handing Ichigo a flash disk. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. What I always wanted, he said, putting it in his pocket. You're welcome. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Whatever, Dr. Ishida, he said, before walking into the house. Ishida Ryukin looked down at his jacket, to see if he had forgotten to remove his name tag. To no surprise, it wasn't there. Idiot, he said, walked off, into the creeping darkness. Plugging the device into his laptop, a file, named, James Sterling Report Number 001, August 12, 1964. Not seeing what else could be on the disk of interest, Ichigo clicked it and started to read it. Chapter 8, No Excuses. August 21, 1964. I have become a god. 22 long, arduous, hazardous years in the making, and finally, it is done. 22 years of blood. 22 years of violence. And it is finally perfect. A demonic essence, that can transcend the walls of the limits previously placed. Those who receive its glorious influence can acquire nigh limitless power. Those who take the gift, can rise up, and become transcendental. Unfortunately, the device is sentient. It judges whom face it, and it judges harshly. It kills those who are not worthy. Even I, the creator of this device, does not allow it to impose its judgment on me. Still, this device is still an amazing creation. I will celebrate it as thus. The Hogyoku, my greatest pride, and my greatest joy, is my ascension to godhood, and what a discovery it is. Taking off his reading glasses, Ichigo tried to find some relevance with this article, and his life. Why did he need to know this? Who was James Sterling? What is the Hogyoku? Why was this important? Groaning inwardly, Ichigo flicked his light off and laid down in his bed. He thought about calling Rukia, and asking her, but that would have probably been pointless. She was well unprepared for the job and likely ill-qualified. Almost incompetent, if he would go that far. That's not her fault. Ichigo said, giving her the benefit of the doubt. It's not her fault that she nearly got skewered by that hollow, that one night. It's not her fault that he came down, out to her. It's not her fault that he accepted her powers. Unfortunately, this was Ichigo's life, for now. They're coming soon. Rukia said, to a sitting Urahara. Ah, do you want me to tell Kurosaki-san? He asked. Rukia shook her head. There's no need to get him killed over my mistake. Yo, Quincy, Ichigo said, deeply, spinning a chair to face Yuria's desk, mind if I bother you, this lunch? The archer frowned. I'll rather you not, he replied, sharply. Too bad that wasn't a question. Ichigo yawned, before taking a can of coffee out of his bag, and placing it on the table. So, why did you have to do it? Pardon? The hollow bait. The psing contest you thought was a fantastic idea. By the way, good call on that, moron. I believe that there were no causalities. That's not important, you short-sighted idiot. The issue that you thought that this was a good idea in the first place. To show the quink dash. I don't know what beef you have with the Shinigami, and I don't care. That doesn't matter. What you did was completely idiotic, and dangerous. If I had any authority, you would be separated in two. How dare you say that? I dash. Ishida-kun, you're eating with Kurosaki-kun. Orihime noted, I didn't think you were going to introduce yourself so soon. Yep, Ichigo said, with a small smirk, we hit it off, too. Ishida is a pretty chill guy. Oh, I'm so glad. Maybe you could join the sewing club. Ichigo chuckled. Oh, that's something that's not going to happen. Orihime giggled. Oh well. Inoue-san, Yuryu said, interjecting himself into the conversation. Yes, Ishida-kun, she said, brightly. Since Arisawa-san doesn't seem to be here today, would you like to eat lunch with us? Ichigo, who took a long swig of his coffee, rose an eyebrow. Sorry, Ishida-kun, she replied, a bit disappointed that she had to refuse one whom she considered a friend. Rukia asked me to eat with her. Oh, it's okay, Yuryu said, voice perking up, trying to hide his own disappointment, maybe another time. Oh sure. I'll see you after lunch. Orihime left, with Ichigo and Yuryu offering small waves. Then Ichigo started to stare at the Quincy, who felt his presence, and narrowed his eyes. What? Yuryu snapped, before taking a sip of tea. Ichigo grinned. Well, isn't this a surprise? You like her? Yuryu gagged on his tea. What? He gasped, in shock. Ichigo's grin grew. You heard me. You aren't nearly the first to like her. Don't be ashamed. There are many who would like to claim that sweet prize. Stop talking about Inoue-san like that. She is not a prize. She is a woman. She deserves respect. She doesn't deserve respect, just because she's a woman, Quincy. She deserves respect because she's a naturally good person. If you cannot accept a small joke, then you need to uproot the pole in your butt. Silence. Inoue-san doesn't need people judging her just for her looks. Unfortunately, that's how life is, Ichigo said, and all you are proving yourself as is a hypocrite. How so? You claim that Inoue doesn't need to be judged by her looks, by why do you find yourself attracted to her? Her personality. Her spirit. Her kindness. Ergo, the personality that you do not know. Inoue is not the most open person if you actually get to know her. Know her? Yuryu said, insulted, you barely know her. Again, you would be off the mark. Far off the mark. I saw Inoue at a point that I doubt many could ever imagine her being at. And? Have you ever talked to her? Do you even know anything about her? Her motives? Her aspirations? Her past? I only ask because I'm interested in your answers. For what? For many reasons. Inoue is someone that has gone through a lot. I would like to know that her future is as bright and fruitful as she is. Why are you getting on me? Because I care. A lot, in fact. I just want to make sure she has the future she deserves, Ichigo said, taking a sip of his coffee. Inoue is my friend. I have no romantic attraction to her. I don't deserve the right to feel that way. But it would be wrong of me to just let any but come into her life. That's the last favor I can do for her. Yuryu narrowed his eyes. Of course, if the truth isn't what you wanted to hear, you may just end up hating yourself further. Ice cream for lunch, are you sure that this is a good idea? Rukia asked, a bit puzzled. Aha. Orihime replied, in this hot weather, ice cream sounds super delicious right now. Rukia shrugged. I can't argue with that. Let's go eat. So, how do your powers work? Rukia asked, toying with her vanilla ice, rather uninterested with the treat. Well, they're actually pretty simple, Orihime answered. I have a shield, a bullet, and a bubble that can heal people. I don't know how to use them very well, though. That's fine. You have to put the work in, to be an expert. Rukia wiped her forehead. How is Arisawa-san doing? Oh, she's okay. She just felt a bit ill today. I didn't want to drag her to school if she's not feeling herself. Her smile faded. I don't think I did a very good job. Even though the scar faded, she still didn't feel very well today. Inoue-san, you did a great job, for your first time, Rukia praised, seeing the expression of friend drop. When you healed Ichigo's arm, you did a great job. Much better than anything I could do to that mess. What do you mean? Well, whenever I heal him, he complains that I take too long, or that I leave too many scars. The one time you do it, he's singing your praises. Really? Oh yeah. He's such a big baby when I heal him. Does Kurosaki-kun get mad a lot? Orihime asked. Rukia blinked. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen Kurosaki get mad. Frustrated, yes. But he's rarely angry. He actually is very docile. In battle, he's fearless. Almost, too fearless. As if he doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Isn't that what a warrior should believe? I mean, I'm sure he cares. I hope so. But sometimes, I wonder. Orihime took a spoonful of ice cream, and slightly shivered. You know he thinks very highly of you. Rukia suddenly said. Orihime blinked, before responding with a meek, huh. He thinks highly of all of his friends. He even had a few kind words to share with me, and I'm the one who got him into this mess, but, he never talks up himself. I don't think he has very high self-esteem. What do you mean? He's always talking about his negative traits. He never seems to care about his own well-being. He just never seems to take anything to heart. It's almost frightening. What can we do? Well, we can give him a reason to look at himself with a little bit pride. I guess we can try. I don't know how I can help. Oh, we can find a way. Then, Rukia grinned. Now, I wonder what exactly about Kurosaki is so desirable, she said. Orihime's cheeks flushed a deep pink color. Kuchiki-san. Kurosaki, can we talk? Rukia said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Speak, he said, walking through the front doors of the school. Rukia sighed, and caught up with him. Are we friends? Ichigo slowed down as if he was weighed down by the question. What a question, he said. Rukia narrowed her eyes. Answer the question, DMN it. Yes, I would consider you a friend, even though you have caused me nothing but misery. Rukia smiled. And as a friend, I can give you advice, right? You already could give me advice. The issue is if I would listen. So can I give you a piece of an advice? Why do I feel like I walked right into a trap? Come on. Fine, shoot. Okay, that I believe that you should go on a date with Inoue-san, she said, excitedly. Ichigo blinked. Really? Really? It's a really good idea. I mean, she probably would be happy to. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Oh, now I see what it is, Ichigo said. What is it? Look, this may be a surprise, but if I really wanted to go out with Inoue, it would have already happened. What do you mean by that? I already know that Inoue has a crush on me. Rukia's face went through several shifts, one of pure shock and surprise, one of pure, youthful excitement, then one of extreme anger. What? She screamed. Ichigo reeled back, a bit annoyed. No need to scream, he said. Then why haven't you done anything? It's complicated. Why are you taunting this girl, leading her on like you are? What has she ever do to you? I'm not leading her on. There is no harm in what I'm doing. Why are you being so insensitive? I thought you would have already picked that up. I'm kind of a. No, you aren't. Stop trying to make yourself being this bad person. You aren't. I am. In what world have I shown traits of a well-adjusted human being? This one. You're brave enough to fight a Minos with no support. Mark that one up as stupidity. You're smart enough to control your immense powers as you do. That is pretty awesome. Don't see how that's important, though. Rukia bit down so hard, she nearly chipped a tooth. Why don't you want to be happy? She shouted. The very, very small amount of emotion that was present on Ichigo's face, instantly drained away and was replaced with a blank stare. Unfortunate. Ichigo answered. Rukia blinked. What? Some people will be lost. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is. There's no point in hiding. Rukia said, looking into the coming storm. Not bothering with an umbrella, she walked outside, and left herself completely open for capture. "It's going to rain," Ichigo said, looking out his window. "God, I hate the rain." Running his hand through his hair, he sighed, and picked up his coffee mug, as he felt an unfamiliar spiritual pressure. In fact, he felt two of them. "Sheet," he said, gulping down the hot coffee, which wasn't the best of feelings, and grabbed Kon, who was huddled up, in Ichigo's closet. "Stay in this room," Ichigo ordered. The lion plush squirmed. "Oh, why don't you let me do anything fun?" "This SCKS," he cried. "Let me phrase this again. Stay in this room, or I will grind you up. Understand?" See clearly. Sitting on a park bench, Rukia waited, and waited, for what felt like hours. No rain, which was threatened by the heavy, grey clouds, poured down, keeping the weight dry, at least. Then suddenly, from behind her, came "She's here, Captain." "You came later than expected," she said, sorrowfully. "I'm willing to wager that you came to arrest me." "That would be correct. And execute the human that stole your powers," a man, with crimson hair, styled in a high ponytail. Rukia sighed, knowing that she probably could not get out of this. "So, where is he? Can you please make this easy for us?" "I don't know where he is. I'm not his keeper." "Ha, what now, Captain?" A man, in a Shinigami's outfit, wearing a long white scarf, walked behind him, yet said nothing. "I'm sure he will show," Yuryu said, standing behind the two Shinigami, about 20 yards back. They turned around, slowly. "Kuchiki-san, what is this all about?" he asked. "It's already bad enough having one obnoxious Shinigami in the city. We don't need two more." "Rukia, who is this guy?" the redhead asked. "Just a classmate, Renji. He's not involved," Rukia replied. "But now," Yuryu said, summoning his bow, "I am." He fired a bow, that flew by Renji's head. "Consider that a warning shot." "Okay, buddy. You asked for this." Renji drew his sword, and in a flash, cut Yuryu in his right shoulder, before the Quincy could respond. Yuryu fell back, blood spurting from the deep wound. Renji, not relenting in his attack, charged forward, stabbing his sword into the stomach of the Quincy. Yuryu looked down, in complete shock. "I think that you are a little out of your league, human," Renji said, before ripping the blade out. Yuryu screamed out, in agony, as the rain started. "There's no need in killing you," Renji said, "but if you don't want any more of your friends getting cut up, tell us where the human is." He walked over to Rukia and lifted her by her collar. "Right here, a-hole," Ichigo shouted, as his sword flew directly at Renji's head. He ducked, and the massive katana plunged into the wet dirt. "Oops. It seems that I have missed," he said, calmly walking to his blade. Renji clutched his blade. "State yourself. Are you the one who took Rukia's powers?" "Aren't you the modern-day Sherlock?" Ichigo said, "brilliant deduction skills. By the order of the Soul Society, you are set for execution." "Woo." Ichigo pulled his sword out of the dirt and calmly turned around. "You don't seem to be afraid." "I'm not afraid to fight two punks, with stupid hair," Ichigo said, smirking. "Fabulous scarf, though. Real emasculating. Has an almost sapphic quality to it." The man with the scarf narrowed his eyes. "Now, Mr. Detective, let's ride." Ichigo crouched, using the broad side of the blade to protect the front of his body. Renji scoffed, before dashing at Ichigo, sword ready. Ichigo frowned, seeing that this was going to be a little bit more difficult than dealing with a hollow. He rolled out of the range of an overhead strike and caught Renji on the wrist with a retreating blow. Sliding to a stop, Ichigo caught his momentum, before Renji's blade came flying towards his neck. Ichigo dodged, with a well-timed step back, before twisting around, and forcing his blade into the hip of the redhead. Renji grunted as he slid across the ground. Not bad, for a rookie. Renji said, but let's see how you handle a vice-captain's power. He held his blade out. Ichigo frowned. Roar Zabumaru. A massive burst of power flung dirt and glass flying. Before Ichigo could react, a segmented blade flew out of the dust cloud. Ichigo easily avoided it, turning his body, but before he can do anything, Renji appeared, next to him, preparing another attack, wielding a new blade. Die! Renji roared, firing the segment, aimed at Ichigo's chest. The substitute, however, was not having any of that and caught the blade. When the blade started to retract, Ichigo traveled with it, and when it met its host, he delivered a heavy straight punch, which knocked Renji to the floor, and the weapon out of his hand. With a hearty pull, Ichigo ripped the WHP-like weapon apart and threw the pieces aside. Ichigo prepared to stab the vice-captain but found his sword interrupted by another. The scarf-wearing Shinigami glared at him. Ichigo narrowed his eyes and jumped back. You hold a surprising amount of power, he said. What is your name? Ichigo smirked. Ryujin Shukyaku. Nice to meet you. Ichigo, in a rough imitation of the move Renji just used, tried to get one over on the man, but he was reflected back. What an unbelievable name, he said. My name is Kuchiki Byakuya. Then, he disappeared. Then Ichigo found a sword in his abdomen. In response, the substitute merely grunted. It is time to die, Byakuya said, trying to pull his blade out. Trying, being the key word. Instead, Ichigo gripped the blade, keeping it in place, as he shoved a shoulder, into the neck of the man. Before he fully recovered, Ichigo forced the back of his fist into the man's face. Then, with a quick motion, ripped the blade out of the grasp of the captain, and stabbed it into his wrist, before forcing the blade deep into the ground. Grabbing his sword, Ichigo prepared to remove the head of the young captain, before a distraught stop rang through the empty park. Ichigo paused, sword hovering above Byakuya's neck. The rain picked up. I can end this, Ichigo growled. Rukia shook her head. Please, don't do this. Why not? Because I'll hate you forever. Ichigo belted out a dark, hollow laugh. I'm fine with that. Because I'm a friend, she sobbed. Please, let me just accept my mistake, just go. Ichigo looked back at her, then back at the captain. Consider yourself lucky. Ichigo said, walking toward Yuryu, and lifting him up, by his collar. Captain, what should we do? Renji said, ashamed. Byakuya pulled the blade out of his wrist. We will deal with this problem, on another day, he said, as Ichigo and Yuryu disappeared into the mist. Chapter 9, Divinations. Day 0. Wake up, Mr. Quincy. Ichigo said, poking Yuryu in the face. The Quincy groaned. Oi, wake up. Yuryu groaned once more. Ichigo tilted his head. Wake up, he said, delivering a heavy open-palmed slap to the face. Yuryu jumped up, in shock. Huh, what happened? He asked. You got your butt kicked, so I had to save you. Again. Again. When was the first time you saved me? With the Minos, you summoned, you moron. If you had a girlfriend, she would owe me a handy. You sick pig. Don't you have any non-disgusting thoughts? Yuryu shouted. Ichigo shrugged. I dunno. But still, I think I'm a little too old for HNDJBS anyway. Completely vile. Stop being such a prude. You'll live longer, and have a much more fulfilling life. Are you saying that you have a problem with me showing respect to women? Not at all. I do, however, have a problem with you being a punk that I constantly have to save, Ichigo said. Poor excuse of a man you are, I say. Do you have a problem with me? Do you? No need to fight, Kurosaki-san, Ishida-san, Urahara said, coming into the room. Yuryu narrowed his eyes. Why am I here, he growled. Hey, I was nearby and decided to make a quick stop. No fault in that, Ichigo said, shrugging his shoulders. You need to cease with the complaining, and be grateful that I even bothered to save you. I didn't need to be saved by a Shinigami. You looked like you did, seeing that you were put to sleep by those two Shinigami. Which was hilarious. You watched the fight. Yuryu roared, understandably said, wounds reopening, and did nothing about it. Yes to both counts. I had to time my dramatic entry properly. Those things just don't happen naturally, Ichigo said, smirking, style, over substance, you know what I mean. I hate you so much. Now, can we get back to the main point? Urahara interjected, really his presence in the room fade. Whatever, Ichigo said, sitting down while crossing his legs. Well, as you know, Kuchiki-san was taken back to the Soul Society, for her illegal activities in the world of the living. Urahara said, such a shame. Not really, Ichigo said, leaning back, it's her own fault. I did successfully rid her of her takers. Do you understand the ramifications of actions, though? I dunno. Execution probably if you are trying to make us give a shit about this. You don't seem to be distraught by this, Kurosaki-san. That's because I'm not. Again, it's her own fault. I had her saved. Selfish prick, Yuryu said. Selfish prick, with a point. Anyway, Urahara continued, you do understand this, though? Yeah. She's going to be executed, and it's up to me to save her. I heard this tale hundreds of times. Your lack of care is a bit concerning, Urahara said, with a laugh. Again, it's her fault. So, what are we going to do, to get stronger? Ichigo asked. With a flip of his cane, he plunged it deep into the chest of the substitute. The shihakusho he wore faded away, and the clothes his human body wore dressed him, but with one major, and quite sudden change. In the center of his chest, Ichigo had a hole, with a chain ceiling. Urahara laughed. To make you stronger, we must build you back up. Urahara said. Ichigo's old Zanpakuto, to reflect this sentiment, shattered. You know that I did not like doing this. I was just following orders. That I understand that. I'm sure Captain Kuchiki is trying everything he can. Just wait. Point one can only hope. What the hell are you trying here? Ichigo asked, in which Urahara responded with a smile. Like I said, I am going to rebuild you. And this is step one on the list, he said, gleefully. This seems dangerous, Yuryu said, how is this going to help? Easily. In fact, we're going to start right now. With what? Ichigo said, confused. AFNG hole. AFNG hole. And Ichigo was stuck in the bottom of it, bound by Kido, in a powerless vessel. And to make matters worse, his chain of fate was rapidly depleting. Better hurry up, Kurosaki-san. We wouldn't want to kill you. Urahara shouted down, as two children and his assistant stood guard. Yuryu looked down, in interest. How do you expect me to move, when I'm tied down? Ichigo asked, rather calmly. Use your head. Urahara suggested. Ichigo blinked. That I cannot believe I am doing all of this for Rukia, whatever. Ichigo closed his eyes and thought. He thought long and hard and looked into himself. A sideways skyscraper, Ichigo stood, rather content with the weirdness that his life has just taken. He looked around, only to see nothing. I guess this is the way to my powers. Ichigo said, confused, but there's nothing here. I am here, a tall figure, with long, black hair said, looking down at the fallen substitute, who glared back at him. And who might you be? Ichigo asked, cautiously. I am your Zanpakuto's spirit. My Zanpakuto? Wouldn't that mean that I had Shinigami powers of my own? Indeed. Well, that just gives me more questions. There is no time to explain. Then how do I know that I can trust you? You just will. Sound logic. Somewhere in this city is the path to your latent Shinigami powers. If you want to save yourself, it would be in your best interests to seek them out. Save myself? From what? Hollowification. When your chain of fate, represented by the city, evaporates away, you will become a hollow, and will be condemned to death. Ichigo offered a mere shrug of indifference. That sounds like it SCKS anything else, Zanpakuto spirit. The spirit blinked, in confusion. What do you mean? Ichigo smirked, as a flash of light escaped his hands, flying at the spirit. The city started to evaporate faster. What are you doing? The Zanpakuto spirit shouted. Just speeding up the process, Ichigo said, arm aglow in a blue glow. Whoa, he's in a deep focus, the red-haired child shouted, looking down at the substitute, in a bit of amazement. Yuryu looked down the hole, confused. It's been 2 hours, and he hasn't moved at all, he said. Is he even doing it properly? He's doing it properly, Urahara said, suddenly appearing next to him, much to the shock of the Quincy, but that's not a good sign. He pointed down to the boy in the hole, and much to their amazement, saw as his chain of fate was rapidly disappearing. What's going on? Yuryu shouted, he's only been down there for 2 hours. His chain of fate shouldn't be that short. Kurosaki-san is forcing his chain to expire faster, Urahara explained. For what purpose? We'll just wait to find out. Are you risking your life, just to force my name? The Zanpakuto spirit said, enraged. Of course, Ichigo said, with a grin, my life is rather unimportant. Nothing to lose, in this little wager. What? Are you fooling? Sure, buddy, Ichigo said, readying his stance. Now, if you don't want to die with thou, give up your name. You fail to understand that a Shinigami's bond with their Zanpakuto is an important step to their development. To utilize my full powers, you must work with me. Unfortunately, you fail to understand that I have no interest in forming a bond with a weapon. You do realize that I completely fail in having bonds with other humans, right? I refuse to give you my power. Then I shall take it. The chain of fate in Ichigo's chest snapped, and a black aura rose from the hole. The group of overseers stepped back. Is he going under hollowification? Yuryu asked. Urahara shook his head. I don't know what's happening. 3 minutes had passed, and the black explosion had subsided, leaving nothing but pure, terrifying silence. No one had moved, to check on the substitute, and what his current condition was. Then laughter. A deep, rumbling torrent of laughter rose from the hole in the earth. Yuryu armed himself. Hold, Urahara commanded, be patient. No one needs to fight yet. Kurosaki-san can still be saved. A black sword, resembling a massive butcher's knife flew through the air, and landed on the dirt floor, with a thud. Is that a Zanpakuto? Yuryu asked. Yes, Quincy, Ichigo's voice boomed, still in the hole, that is a Zanpakuto. He rose from the hole, wearing a simple white mask, decorated with 3 red slashes on the left side of it. Kurosaki-san, are you still in control? Urahara asked, seriously. Clean and serene, Ichigo answered, moving the mask over his head. What's the matter? You act like I died down there. You came awfully close, Yuryu fired back. Whatever, Quincy. I'm here. I have this stupid sword. Let's rock. Don't you think that you need to train? Whatever, Quincy. So, Urahara, what are we doing? I guess I can open a way into the Soul Society, he replied, a bit shocked on what just happened. Killer. It will take about 7 days. But you are free to train down here, while you wait, I guess. Cool. I'm going to bed. See ya. Ichigo, grabbing his new sword, wrapped it around his torso, and walked toward the exit. Yuryu began to follow him but was halted by Urahara. Under no circumstances, do you tell anyone what happened tonight, he demanded, gravely. Yuryu frowned. I have no intentions to do so. But, if you mind me asking, why not, he said. Urahara sighed. Some things should just be left unrevealed. How odd. Ichigo said, looking at his palm, feeling the newfound power surge throughout his body. Well, while that explains why I could see spirits, but how did they get there in the first place? Bloodline, yes, but there is nothing to suggest that his mom or dad have any form of spiritual awareness. Sheep man, he said, shutting his eyes. After saving Rukia, he'll worry about this. Because I am such an awesome teacher, Oki-sensei announced, with a wide smile, I talked to the head of administration to give the students who did the extra work to be in the top 50 a little reward. I wonder if you can guess what it is. Ichigo, holding a snarky grin, rose his hand slowly. Oki-sensei narrowed her eyes. You do not get to answer, Kurosaki, she said, sharply. Ichigo lost his grin, and slowly put his arm back down. Oki-sensei sighed. Those in the top 50 of the first-year student class have been granted a full extra week off. How do you feel about that? Underwhelmed, Ichigo said, leaning back in his chair. Oki-sensei frowned. Ignoring the unneeded and unwanted outbursts of a certain redhead, I would like to extend a congratulations to those who qualified. Ichigo, zoning out of the discussion, grabbed his books and waited for the final bell to ring. Of course, this would happen, he whispered to himself, this reeks of that shopkeeper. I'm pretty sure that this would never go by with any administration. What to do? Ichigo said, walking through an alley. He could go to his employer's office, and tell her that he wants some vacation time, but that would probably require thought, scripting, and a well-executed plan. That could wait. He could train, but he did not feel like dealing with Urahara right now. Maybe later. I really need something to do. Ichigo said, sweeping his hand through his hair. Kurosaki-kun, the soft voice of Inoue Orihime said, from behind him, are you okay? Ichigo paused and turned around. I'm fine, he replied, why do you ask? Orihime frowned. Well, you seemed a bit distant today. I was just trying to get readjusted with new circumstances in my life. New circumstances? What do you mean? Well, it's a complicated issue, turns out I had Shinigami powers the entire time. Really? Orihime replied, excitedly, that's so cool. That I think we have different definitions of cool. Can I see them? Orihime shouted, bouncing in a state of joy. Ichigo blinked. Sure. Whoa, this is a deep hole. Orihime said, looking down the hidden ladder. Well, I wonder how it fit. Ichigo hid his body in the back of the store and walked up beside her. You ready? He said. Inoue did not reply. That looks like a deep climb. I hope I don't fall off, she said, trying to prepare herself. You won't be climbing, Ichigo said, stretching his legs. Orihime tilted her head. Then how are we going to get down there? Wordlessly, Ichigo lifted her up, bridal style, and prepared to jump. Orihime's face exploded in the brightest shade of red, as she began to sputter about. Don't worry. I got you, Ichigo said, smirking. Inoue looked down, before squealing out a simple, wait, Kurosaki-kun. I'm not ready. Ichigo chuckled. Like I said. No need to worry, he said, I got you. Orihime plunged her head into the chest of the substitute, as he jumped down the well. As they fell, Orihime bottled her fear nicely, and Ichigo had a nice fall down. Welcome back, Kurosaki-san, Urahara said, with his usual grin, and I see that you brought a lovely guest with you. Tread lightly, old man, Ichigo said, I don't like you leering at my friends like some old perv. Orihime dug her head deeper into Ichigo's chest, something that he took much amusement out of. You know Inoue, we landed already. Orihime whimpered out a meek eep, which Ichigo chuckled, upon hearing it. Well, why is your little friend here today? Urahara asked. She wanted to come down here. That's not a big deal. Urahara sighed, then shrugged. Whatever. Let's go, Kurosaki-san. Let's get started. And is that your final decision? Kuchiki Byakuya said, in front of 46 monoliths. Is there a problem, Captain Kuchiki? One of the monoliths said, spitefully. Byakuya shook his head, sorrowfully. Not at all, he said, sadly. Chapter 10, Guns of Summer. Ooh, Kurosaki-kun, that was cool. Orihime gushed, squirming slightly. Ichigo smiled, awkwardly, holding his cleaver low. Yes, Kurosaki-san. How impressive. Urahara said, grinning madly, pointed his sword, which was hidden inside his cane. Ichigo dropped the smile. Stop bothering me, he said, calmly, not in the mood. And why aren't you teaching me anything? How can I be sure that you can handle my lessons? By actually attempting to teach me something. Nah, I think I'm going about this correctly. Ichigo facepalmed. Some teacher you are. Can you, at least, attempt to teach me that fast-moving thing? Oh, you mean the art of the Shunpa? Not today, and not by me. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Why not? My body is so old and frail, and my ho-ho is out of practice. I'm afraid I won't be able to teach you much. God, that I hate you so much, old man. Wow, Kurosaki-kun, that was really fun. Orihime said, smiling brightly, didn't you think so? Ichigo shrugged. Sure, Ichigo said, slightly irritated by the young woman's overly positive attitude. Wasn't the fact that she was a bundle of sunshine, but the fact that she was enjoying his new powers far more than he was. Of course, he never asked for this. Maybe we can get stronger together, she said, happily. Ichigo's face remained stoic, despite feeling conflicted about this. Very conflicted. Inoue wasn't a warrior. Inoue wasn't a fighter. She had no bloodlust. No violence in her heart. No hatred. Nothing. Ichigo did not want her to fight. For several reasons. She did not need to fight. She did not need to be exposed to that world. Some are not meant for combat. But Ichigo wasn't going to refuse her. He had no strength to. What the hell do you mean you want the summer off? Unajiya Ikumi, the owner of the Unajiya shop, her family's pride and joy. Ichigo sighed, shaking his head. Please. I have had a very stressful couple of days. I am not in the mood for this, he answered, as calmly as he could. Why should I let you have an entire month off? Answer that. Because, for almost 2 years, I have been your one and only employee, taking all the dodgy jobs you make me, and accepting the meager restitution you pay me. Every time you needed me, rather it for some bullshit job you apparently couldn't do yourself, or to babysit that brat you call a child. I have been your loyal SLV, and will continue being so. So can you attempt to be a dictator, tell me I can go, or I'm fired, despite me never filing an application, so I could probably just report you for child LBR or something, with the massive amount of receipts I collected as evidence against you. Or, you could be nice, and let me go for a little bit. Seeing that I have never asked you to give me extended PRDS of time off, I don't see an issue with this. Ikumi froze, before grinning. You got some gumption, boy, she said, sure, whatever. You can go. See ya. See ya, boss. Ichigo waved, before walking out the door. Ikumi crossed her arms, under her hefty mounds, and smiled. If that child gets a better attitude, he'll be a handsome little go-getter, one day. What? Was that idiot here? Unajiya Kaoru said, I can't believe he would come here so late. He's so annoying. Why haven't you fired him yet? He's a good kid. Cute too. He really needs to get a girlfriend soon. Wow mom, that's a little creepy. Did the mask return? Yoruchi said, sitting on Urahara's desk. The blonde popped his knuckles and frowned. Unfortunately, for research, no. For his sake, this is good, he said, it means that he is stable. You said that this wasn't hollowification. Then what was it? Urahara sighed. After going over this time after time after time, the only conclusion that I can come up with is that he underwent soul bonding. Yoruchi's eyes widen. Soul bonding? That's impossible, he said, with his inexperience, he would have been driven mad by now. That's the problem. He hasn't shown any signs of mental instability, or spiritual destruction. That is the least of his problems if that is even possible. What do you mean? Well, first, despite his sword being in a constantly released state, he doesn't even know what his Zanpakuto's name is. Second, he has a ton of power, but because he is forcing his Zanpakuto around, he cannot access it. If, of course, what that thing he is using is even a Zanpakuto in the first place. That shouldn't be a problem, for now. He has plenty of time and plenty of power to spare. Yoruchi said. Urahara frowned. That's the problem. The hollow will continue to eat at Kurosaki-san's power unless he gains some of his Zanpakuto's power. But at this rate. Yoruchi narrowed his eyes, as the fur on his back stiffened. Fix it, he said, harshly, he actually trusts you. Hurry. I'll try, but I don't see anything I can do. It's a sword, Ichigo said, nothing more. I'm not going to allow it to lecture me. That's not a good way of looking at things, Kurosaki-san, Urahara said, calmly, besides, with the recent twists in your life, it's not that unbelievable. I don't care. I will not allow a sword to comment on my life. Never. Pity. Kurosaki-kun. Oriheim said, softly, from behind him. I'm fine. There is nothing wrong with me. Everything is fine. Oriheim's worried face never subsided. Neither did Urahara's, but at least, he could hide his behind a fan. Come on, Ichigo. Kigo said, it'll be fun. I have other things to do, Ichigo replied, calmly, and, if you are planning an overnight stay, with your lack of funds, we'll probably be staying at some sheet hotel. No thanks, bro. Then what will we do this summer? Kigo shouted. Mizuiro rose his hand. Put it down, Ichigo said, no one wants to hang out with your lonely whores. Wow. You are quite angry today, Ichigo. Mizuiro said. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Yes, I am. But I will make a proposition with you too. Ichigo said. He had their attention. I will make reservations for a beach house my family used to rent out, every summer, for about a week. We will hang out, talk, do whatever you guys want to do. You just will have to wait until the end of summer, okay? That's fine, I guess. Mizuiro said. Sato grunted. Kigo sighed. Can we, at least, enjoy the festival together? Ichigo nodded. Sure thing, buddy. While I won't teach you ho-ho, Yoruchi-san can, Urahara said, hiding his face behind his paper fan. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. The cat, he said. I wasn't aware that we met, Yoruchi said, resting on the shoulders of a calm Yasutora Sato. Ichigo smirked. I wasn't aware that cats can talk. Are you taking me lightly, because I am a cat? Exactly. That would be a big mistake. But you are a small cat. And you are a smart butt. Indeed. Wherever you go, Isshin Kurosaki said to his son, who had just come back, make sure you are safe. Ichigo frowned, not understanding the context of the statement, but taking it to heart anyway. Tomorrow's the day. Ichigo said, flipping open his computer. An alert that read, "New email," flashed in a corner. Ichigo hesitated to click on it but knew it was probably important. Grabbing his reading glasses, he clicked the alert and started downloading the text file. January 19, 1973. The Hogyoku has spawned 5 children. 5 sentient demon arms, resembling the Zanpakuto. This is worrisome. Is the Hogyoku sentient as well? Regardless, the analysis of the weapons are quite odd. The first weapon born was a jagged dagger. Its name is Eider Huga. Fittingly, the blade deals with hallucinogens. With the dagger, which cannot cut, touches another, the toxins will flood the mind, and cause a complete psychological breakdown. What's even more frightening is that the poison is nearly impossible to combat. The poison sends off a false toxin, which attracts the immunity system, allowing the actual toxins to slip through, undetected. The second weapon was an orb. The name, the Orb of Chaos. What it did, the orb could defile the minds of anyone nearby. A powerful wielder could take out millions, easily. Its potential for madness is unlimited. The third weapon is a short, dull blade, named Kyoku Suijetsu. Similar to Eider Huga, it has no offensive capabilities. Instead, like all of the demon arms, BRTHED from the Hogyoku, it deals with assaults on the mind. If you see the illusion, just once, you are caught in it, until the illusion has ended, the blade is destroyed, or the user is killed. Quite a powerful effect, no man shall hold it. The fourth is a needle, dubbed claw. If pricked, the victim is exposed to their greatest fears, and their mind is completely ravaged. Such a painful reaction. I have seen it cause so much pain. So much insanity. So much death. The fifth, and final weapon, for now, is the oddest creation. The Hogyoku has created another life. A young girl. What she can do, is unknown. She even seems to not even know her name. But, she is still a demon arm. And her essence dubs her Senna. This doesn't make any sense. Ichigo groaned, rubbing his forehead. Why did he need to see this? Why did he need to know this? Why was this important? Who was James Sterling? What was the Hogyoku? Sheet, he said, swiftly removing the glasses from his face, and gently tossing him onto his desk, in a single motion. What was the point of this? Someone better explain this bullshit. Leaving his house, that he may never see again, due to the incredibly dangerous, and stupid mission he's about to undergo, he wondered why he was even going. Was there an actual reason why he should risk everything, for Rukia? Of course there was. Rukia was his friend. She didn't deserve to die on his sake doing the right thing to protect people. That wasn't fair. No one deserved that. And if he had the power to help her, he was going to help her. No matter what. He doesn't want to be the savior, but this was different. He had no longing to. Except for her. But she was different. She couldn't turn out like him. She wasn't going to, and he wasn't going to allow it. Whatever the way, I will not fail, he said, I know my role. Honestly, Orihime would have preferred if Kurosaki-kun let her climb down the well the first day. Because know that she actually has to do it, she can't find the bravery to actually do so. Help, she said, weakly. She had truly underestimated how deep of a drop it actually was. If she would fall, which, knowing her extreme clumsiness, she would do, she'll probably break a leg or worse. And then she couldn't go with Kurosaki-kun to save Kachiki-san. And not only would she be letting Kurosaki-kun down, she would be letting Kachiki-san down, and she wasn't going to do that. But she just couldn't get herself to climb down that darn hole. What are you doing here? Ichigo asked, sharply, which Orihime responded with a squeak, nearly falling into the well. She popped up to her feet, and nervously tried to explain. I really wanted T to go with you to save Kachiki-san, she said, but I'll probably just get in the way, so I'll go. Pause, Ichigo said, Before using the soul separator that Urahara had set out for him, if you wanted to go, you could have just said something. That I guess so, she replied, softly, looking down at her feet, but I can't even get myself down the ladder. It's fine, Inoue. We all have some walls we need to break down. I'll bring you down. While Orihime wasn't going to refuse being held by her beloved Kurosaki-kun, she had to wonder if he was doing this out of kindness or out of worry. She would, at least like one attempt down. But, as Ichigo scooped her up, she figured that it could wait. Ishida-kun. You're here too. Orihime shouted, seeing another one of her classmates, joining the group. I didn't know that you had powers. Yuryu frowned. Same to you, he simply stated. I would ask why you are here, but I just remembered that I don't give a shit, Ichigo said, sup Chad. The tan giant merely grunted, in response. I'm here, so I can exact dash. I just said that I don't care. Seriously, don't you listen? Silence kiddies, Urahara said, clapping his hands, today is not the time for infighting. Today is a rather important endeavor that you four have volunteered for. And today is the day that you will start your adventure. Kuchiki Rukia has, from this date, 30 days until she is executed. That is plenty of time, I assume. You, to save her, will mark yourselves as intruders of the Soul Society, and if they capture you, you will be killed. I hope you all understand this. Leading you forward is my good friend Yoruchi-san. A black cat jumped in front of a large stone window. Follow me, and your chances of being killed are slimmed, the cat said, darkly, do you understand? Sure, Ichigo said, can we get this show on the road? Patience. I don't like this, Kurosaki Ishin said, glaring at Urahara, who was cooling himself down, with his fan. Neither do I, the shopkeeper answered. What Ryukin did was unacceptable, but there is no reason to get Ichigo mixed up with the mistakes of the past. Once Kurosaki-san joined this life, you knew that Masaki-san's old mistakes would come back, in full force. Ishin grimaced. But, still, there is no reason to drop all of this on him. He will learn very soon why this is important. Maybe, by then, he won't need to know what the past holds. One can only hope. Chapter 11, La Villa Strangiato. Keep running. Do not stop. Yoruchi shouted. I don't think we were intending to, cat, Ichigo replied, flatly. If you quit your stupid sarcasm for a minute. Ooh, scary, Ichigo murmured, beginning to wonder why he was following a cat. I could inform you that the Dangai is no place for slowing up. A roar, which almost sounded like a train rang throughout the portal. Yoruchi's eyes widened. What was that? Yuryu asked. The kotatsu, the cat answered, hurry. Pick up the pace. Don't touch the walls. What do you dash? Ichigo started. Silence. Yoruchi snapped. Ichigo chuckled. If you are touched by the kotatsu, you will die. As soon he got done explaining this, the walls started to collapse. Don't touch the walls. Yoruchi exclaimed, once more. The group, in response, straightened into a vague line. The kotatsu's light shone, giving the group awareness that it was nearby. Yoruchi-san, is that what you were talking about? Orihime asked. Yes. Don't look back. Yoruchi answered. Despite their efforts, it was clear that the invaders were not going to outrun the kotatsu. But then, a bright light. That has to be the exit, right? Yuryu asked. Yoruchi did not say a word. That thing chasing us is getting a little too close for comfort, Ichigo said, before turning to Orihime, yo, Inoue. Summon up one of those shields for us. Orihime nodded and started running backward. Inoue, wait. Yoruchi roared, to deaf ears. The orange shield unraveled, its large, triangular shape, blocking the kotatsu from reaching them, and added the unexpected bonus of propelling them faster. With a rush of speed, the intruders were thrown out of the dangai, and into the air of the other realm. With a pause, either for effect, or because someone had a sick sense of humor, the band of heroes looked down and fell toward the earth. "Inoue, summon another shield," Yoruchi ordered, calmly. With another nod, tapped her hairpins, and started her incantation. The orange shield, once again, appeared, and slowed the descent, slightly. "Brace yourselves!" Yoruchi shouted as the group plummeted into the village below. "Saito-sama, there are intruders from the world of the living," in the Rukongai, near the western gate, a female servant, who had fallen to one knee said, "There are 4 of them." The man, who was sitting on a large throne, smiled. "What of it?" he asked, brightly. "There is someone that we believe you would be interested in," she replied, holding out a surveillance picture. The man looked at it, before smiling brightly. "Oh, I believe you have attracted my attention." "Well, that wasn't how I expected it to be," Ichigo said, calmly, sweeping his hand through his hair. Orihime looked around and smiled. "It looks like everyone was all right," she said, "I'm so dash." "Idiot!" Yoruchi shouted, punching his furry head into her eye, knocking her head back. "You're lucky we aren't dead now. If the Kotatsu touched any parts of the Shun Rika, we would have died back there." "Calm down," Ichigo said, "I'm the who told her to use the shield. If you blame someone, blame me." "Idiot! Stop being so brash," Yoruchi shouted, to Ichigo. "We're alive, and that's all that matters," he said. "Now, where do we go?" A massive foot landed right next to him, somewhat answering his question. "It's been a long time since someone wanted to enter the Soul Society, without a pass," the giant bellowed out, with a grin on his face. Ichigo looked up, completely unimpressed. "Who are you?" he asked, bluntly. The giant laughed. "Such a person. There are rules here. 1. You must dash." The giant never got to finish his statement, as Ichigo jumped up, and threw his body into his chest. The giant was thrown back, into the wall. "I am not here to talk. Open the gate," Ichigo ordered. The giant roared in anger. "You fight, without telling your opponent your name." "How rude," he exclaimed, drawing an axe, that was slung on his back. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Open the gate," Ichigo ordered, harshly. "Ichigo, stop being so hasty," Yoruchi shouted. "Yes, Berry Head. Mind your manners," the giant exclaimed. He swung his axe into the ground, splitting open the earth. The dust cleared, and there was a pile of rubble left on the ground, with Ichigo in a defensive stance. The giant blinked, and in his hand was an axe-less handle. He blinked, once more, trying to comprehend what just happened. "Am I axe?" the giant said, shocked. Ichigo smirked. How did Ichigo become strong enough to break Jidanbo's axe? Yoruchi whispered to herself, "How powerful is this child? What the Kurosaki just blocked the axe." Yuryu said, aghast, "What?" "I suggest you open the gate," Ichigo said, darkly, "or your axe won't be the only thing of yours I'm breaking." "Well, I haven't another axe. I can still dash." Before the giant could grab hold of his weapon, Ichigo, using Shuunpa, flashed to the massive weapon, and shattered, as easily as he did the other. Jidanbo grabbed the handle and gasped. "Wwwa." Jidanbo stuttered, almost in tears, "And my axe." Ichigo frowned. "There's no need to cry," he said, calmly, "just, can you please open the gate? There is no need for you fight back, unarmed and all." Jidanbo blinked, fighting back tears, deeply wrenched by the loss of his beloved axe. I lost, then I am honor-bound to open the gate." The giant stretched his arms, before bending over, and picking up the bottom of the gate. With a heavy grunt, Jidanbo lifted the gate, before freezing in place. Ichigo frowned. "Oh, this is a no-no," a voice, sly, and dark said, calmly. "Ah." Jidanbo sputtered. Ichigo turned his head. The man was a tall figure, in a long white, sleeveless haori, with the standard Shinigami garb underneath. With short white hair and narrow eyes, the man's face reeked with smugness. "Who are you?" Ichigo asked, sharply. "Who are you?" the man asked back. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Sea Captain Ikamaru," Jidanbo said, trembling. Ichigo looked up, then back at the man, whose smirk just grew. Jidanbo-kun, Ikamaru Jin, captain of the 3rd Division of the Soul Society said, "What do you think you are doing?" "Oh, opening the gate. I lost, so I am honor-bound to do so." Jin tilted his head. "I don't think so," he said. "If I may, can you tell me what your job is?" "To protect the gate." "Exactly," the captain said, excitedly. "So, can you tell me the reason why you are opening the gate, that I may remind you, is the opposite of protecting the gate?" "Because I lost," the giant said. Jin nodded, before a flash of light exploded from his hand, slicing the giant's left arm off. As blood poured from the severed limb, Jidanbo cried out in severe pain. "Wrong!" Jin said, clapping his hands, "It is because you are an idiot. You forgot a major detail in your job description. You forgot to mention that the gate, under no circumstances, cannot be opened for unauthorized visitors. You have failed on that notice, so thou must be executed." "Sorry. I'm thinking that you went a bit overboard," Ichigo said. "I hope you don't do the same to poor little me." Jin turned his attention to the redhead. "Ah, and you must be the intruder that defeated Jidanbo-kun. Wonder what you want." Ichigo shrugged. "Right now, only to remove your head from your neck. Hopefully, you make this easy for me." Jin chuckled, as held a dagger out. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. "A dagger? How unspectacular." Jin pointed the dagger at Ichigo, before tucking it close to his chest. "Shoot to kill, Shinso." The tiny dagger in his hand extended at a rapid pace, as the captain moved forward. Ichigo's eyes widened. As he sidestepped the blade, Jin's eyes widened, revealing that they were a pale blue color. Ichigo, taking the small time the blade was extended, dashed in, and swung his new Zanpakuto, which he still did not know the name of. Jin jumped back, yet he was still caught by the very tip of the black blade, scratching his right wrist. He then tried to catch the substitute, before he could recover, but Ichigo shocked him with his speed, using Shuinpa to get away, and appeared next to him. With a grunt, Jin rolled under the massive cleaver, and poked Ichigo in the chest, knocking him away. "Tch. You are much stronger than I imagined," Jin said, a bit annoyed. And to think, he thought that this was going to be easy. "Oh well. That's good, I guess," Ichigo said, cracking his knuckles. "Wouldn't want you to get complacent. That's a bad policy to get behind, you know what I mean. Kurosaki-kun is so strong." Oriheim gushed, "That's so amazing. To get so strong in 1 week, Ichigo is definitely something else." Sato said. "Yoruchi, how did Kurosaki get so powerful?" Yuryu asked, in shock. Yoruchi narrowed his yellow eyes. "I honestly have no idea," he said. "It seems that I am forced to get serious now. We can't have invaders in the Soul Society." "That would be bad for business," Jin said. Ichigo scowled. "You're annoying," he said. "I guess I am," Jin said, from behind Ichigo, whose eyes widened in complete shock. Before he could react, he found a sword driving into his chest, pushing him at a considerable speed. He was knocked into Jidanbo, and the two were driving into a wall. "It's so sad to see you go," Jin said, as the gate shut. "Bye-bye." The door to the Soul Society slammed shut, sealing off the entrance. The group ran to the fallen sides. "Kurosaki-kun, Jidanbo-san, are you okay?" Oriheim asked, concerned. Ichigo coughed up blood, before rolling onto his back. "I'm fine. Just take care of Jidanbo, he said, holding his chest, trying, in vain, to keep the blood from escaping. Why is it always a hole in my chest? You don't sound fine, Yuryu said, with a small smirk. Ichigo groaned, struggling to force himself to sit up. I'm fine. Nothing wrong here. Ichigo said, and Jidanbo's wound is much more severe. I think it would be in our best interest to help him first, don't you agree? Orihime, who was nervously plucking at her hairpins, nodded, and summoned the healing around the giant. The date of your execution has been set, for 30 days, after tomorrow, Byakuya Kuchiki said, to a downtrodden Rukia. The prisoner did not respond, which irritated the red-headed man accompanying the noble. What? They denied your argument, he shouted. Byakuya narrowed his eyes. Nothing I could say could change their argument. They are stern, and thus, your punishment is thus. There was nothing I could do. Very few men hold value in the eyes of Central 46. Almost done. Orihime said, wiping the sweat off of her forehead. It had been almost 4 hours since she started healing the guardian, and the task was nearing completion. The arm was reattached internally, but the skin was not reattaching itself so easily. Maybe people from the Soul Society were harder to heal. Healing Kurosaki-kun's wound was a lot harder too. Of course, a hole in a chest and a collapsed lung was much more serious than a dislocated arm. In fact, if Kurosaki-kun was a normal human, it would have been fatal, as said by Yoruchi. Still headstrong, he insisted that he was okay, and refused health, for 30 minutes, before falling unconscious. Ooh, Kurosaki-kun was so amazing today, she said, falling into her imagination. He was so brave. He fought so valiantly. He was rather impressive today, fighting an opponent who was so amazingly powerful, and fought him hard. He faced his enemy with no fear. Take this, Ichigo said, walking up behind the girl, holding a cup of tea. Orihime squeaked, nearly falling over in surprise. Ah, Kurosaki-kun, she said, what are you doing out here? Ichigo silently pointed at the cup in his hands. You have been out here for hours. You need to take a break before you pass out, he said. Oh, I'm fine. I'm almost done, Orihime responded, before looking down. Sorry to worry you. I'm not worried. Ichigo swept his hand through his hair, before sitting down, against a wooden wall. Orihime blinked. I see that you are all alone out here, so I guess I can give you some company. Orihime blushed, before waving her arms out, in refusal. You don't have to waste your time out here, Kurosaki-kun, she shouted, I'm sure you have something more important to do. Not at all, Ichigo said, besides, me being down here keeps these DMN perverts from leering down at you. So that's a plus. Ichigo rose his head, to see if anyone was in the middle of the act, but the villagers that were once there had dispersed. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, in suspicion. It seems that a Kanzakubo has had an unfortunate accident, a man in a lush ivory hakama, wearing a heavy decorated lilac haori over it. The man had short hair, closer to brown than it was to red, with sharp brown eyes. His mouth was transfixed in a sly smile as if lords had blessed him with unbelievable fortune. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, in mistrust. Are you two newcomers to the Rukongai? He asked, voice reeking with smugness. No, Ichigo stated, simply and sharply. The man chuckled. Miss, if I am not being too forward, may I ask you your name? Orihime opened her mouth, but Ichigo shook his head, halting her. What is this for? Collection purposes. I like to greet visitors. No harm in that. Then who are you? The man's already narrow eyes closed tighter. My apologies. My name is Saito Yu. I am the 7th head of the Saito family estate, leader of the royal guard. You might be Kurosaki Ichigo, he said, begrudgingly. Royalty. Why would he in the dumps, to welcome peasants? Something didn't add up. In no way Orihime, she stated, brightly. Yu's smile grew. In no way, how quaint, he said, ah, how the past never escapes us. What do you mean? Orihime asked. Yu looked up. Oh, nothing important. Now, if I may ask, what are you doing here? Yoruchi asked, harshly. The man looked down and dropped his smile. A talking cat. How exotic, Yu said, calmly. Too bad I'm not interested. Good luck, with your future endeavors. He walked away, Haori breezing in the wind. Yoruchi narrowed his eyes. This isn't good. Did you find what you were looking for? Saito-sama, a servant, on one knee, asked, bowed. Yu smiled. Yes. In fact, I found it, and more, he answered, I even found a very pleasant surprise with them. Shall I prepare the royal guard? No need to be hasty. Yu answered, we need to wait. When we see an opening, we will strike. He took a sip of his tea, before pausing. But, there is someone I do need to talk to. So, now what? Ichigo asked, sitting against a wall. Yoruchi looked into the open flame. We move tomorrow. We will be seeing an old friend of mine, he said. Ichigo shrugged. Whatever. What will we be doing there? Yuryu asked. Getting into the Soul Society. Ganju, there is no need for this, an old man, who was allowing the group the rest house for the night. Regardless, a well-built man, with shaggy black hair, in a green bandana charged through the door. Where is that DMN Shinigami? Ganju shouted. Ichigo opened one eye, in annoyance. There you are, ya punk butt beach. Ganju grabbed Ichigo by his hair, and held him up. So, what are you doing here? Ichigo narrowed his eyes. If you want to continue having two arms, let me go, Ichigo said, calmly. Ganju laughed. You're going to threaten me. How dare you threaten the #1 Shinigami hater, you coward. With this, Ganju threw the substitute out of the door. Ichigo landed on his feet and glared at the man. Now, let's see what the punk butt beach can do. Ganju said, drawing a small blade. Ichigo chuckled. Kurosaki-kun, are you okay? Orihime called out. Ichigo, responded, waved his hand, 2 fingers propped up. Do you need your sword? Sato asked. Nah, that I'm fine. Ichigo said, grimly. Fightin' without a sword, huh? Quite stupid of ya. Ganju shouted, charging in. With a sloppy swing, the man tried to strike the shoulder of the substitute, but with an easy sidestep, Ichigo avoided the attack. Back off, Ichigo said, delivering a heavy haymaker to the back of the head, slamming Ganju into the ground. Before his body could follow, Ichigo grabbed an ankle and threw him into a tree. Scooping up the blade, Ichigo advanced on the man, who went from confident to begging for his life. Please. Oh, please don't kill me. Ganju sobbed, waving his arms. Ichigo flipped the blade, before slamming it into the hand of the assaulter, plugging it to the tree. Killing the stupid is not my style. You shouldn't feel grateful, as the only cure for stupidity is death, Ichigo said, before walking away, and for your information, I am not a Shinigami. I am merely a substitute. You coward. Ganju screamed, you're just like the rest of them. Ichigo ignored the comment, walking back to the house. Ganju pulled the blade out of his hand, and attempted to follow him, but a man, wearing a giant clock on his back came to him, riding a boar. Ganjudano, we're late, the man shouted. Ganju's eyes widened, as he pulled out a small whistle. He blew in it, and another boar leaped out of the brush, to run him over. Ichigo looked back, with an annoyed expression. I will be back. Ganju screamed, this isn't over, you hear me? Ichigo shook his head softly. What was that all about? Yuryu asked. Ichigo shrugged. Day 1. Are we there yet? Ichigo asked. Yoruchi's tail twitched. For God's sake, shut the hell up, he shouted. Ichigo smiled. You sound upset. May I dash? Silence. Ichigo chuckled. You have quite the temper, Yoruchi growled, which in the cat body, sounded like a really, really aggressive purr. Ichigo smiled, content with his early morning victory. If Kurosaki can stop annoying the one leading us, Yuryu said. I'm an agitator. That's what I do, and I do it well. Where exactly are we going, Yoruchi-san? An old friend. Shiba Kukaku, Yoruchi replied. Will this person help us get inside the Soul Society? That's why we're going to them. Renji, for past couple of weeks, has been in a situation he never dreamed, nor ever wanted. Moving Rukia over to the Senzakyu was already painful enough. Telling her that she was going to be executed, via the Sokayaku, was, even more, painful. Nothing felt right. Even if what Rukia did was a severe crime, did she deserve death? What was actually going on? What was the true motive behind this? Abarai-kun, is that you? A man, with short, wavy brown hair, and thick frame glasses, said, I've been looking for you. Renji paused. What is it, Captain Aizen? He said. Ah, do you have a moment to spare? I would like to speak to you, in private. Kuchiki-san was sentenced to execution for an awfully light crime, won't you say? Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, asked. Renji blinked, in confusion. That I don't think my opinion matters, he answered. Aizen laughed, before grabbing a sheet of paper. No one is going to hear you, he said, but Kuchiki-san was given quite the punishment. An execution fit for captains? And the fact that none of the royal families brought up a complaint makes this look a little fishy. Are you saying that this is a conspiracy? Maybe. Do you think that you know who's behind it? Aizen shook his head. Unfortunately, that would be a no. Renji balled a fist, something the captain noticed. No need to be angry. No lie can escape the 13 court guard. That's different. Yoruchi said, looking up, at a pair of arms, sticking up from the ground, holding a banner that read, Great Shiba House, as a white chimney overtook it all, behind the house. As the rest of the group looked on in astonishment, Ichigo narrowed his eyes, in slight annoyance. I can already tell that I'm not going to like this, he said. Give it a chance, Ichigo. You may end up liking it. Whatever. Halt. Who goes there? Two large beings, with similar faces and fashion stepped in front the invaders. Ichigo placed a hand on the handle of his blade. Is that a Shinigami? Where are you from? Excuse me, Yoruchi said, while we are not in a rush, I would like to speak with Kakaku. Oh, Yoruchi Dano. We did not see you. We will be delighted to take you to Shiba-sama, Yoruchi Dano. If we saw that Yoruchi Dano was with you earlier, my brother and I would have never tried to intimidate you guys, the twin named Koganehiko said, leading the group down a flight of stairs that connected directly to the door. I promise you, you weren't intimidating us, Ichigo said, who builds a house like this? You should appreciate the creativity put into the design. Mind-blowing, isn't it? Yoruchi said. Ichigo scoffed. More creepy, than it is creative, I say. Does Kakaku-san build houses like this all the time? Orihime asked. Koganehiko nodded. A boring house is a house not fit for the Shiba clan, he said, spirited. Don't you think that this is a little extreme? Yuryu asked. Not at all. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, the group came across a simple sliding door, made of bamboo, and thin brownish paper. Who's there? A rough voice said from inside the room. Kakaku-sama, I have a special guest with me, Koganehiko said. Send them in. The burly man slid open the door, to reveal a woman. Yes, indeed, she was quite the woman. Dressed in a revealing red robe, exposing a great amount of cleavage to the world, with an equally provocative white skirt, doubting Kakaku's confidence in her looks would be a foolish wager, despite having a stump as a right arm. She smiled a wolfish grin, dripping with arrogance, with a splash of surprise. "Look who's here," she said, "Yoruchi. Long time, no see." "To you, the same," Yoruchi said, calmly, "I'm sure you understand the situation." Yes, I think I understand." Standing up, she rolled her shoulders and walked up to the group. "I guess I should get to know the brats. Hurry up, we don't have all day." "Ah, Inoue Oriheim. It is nice to meet you," Oriheim said, stiffly. "Yasutora Sato," he said. "Ishida Yuryu," the Quincy said. Ichigo remained quiet. Kakaku smiled a cat-like grin. "You seem mystified," she said, haughty, placing her hand on her hip. "You see something that you like." Ichigo shrugged. "I did until I saw that you weren't fully featured," he said, bluntly. "Yo, what happened to your arm?" The smile on Kakaku's face instantly faded. "That's a story that you aren't going to hear," Kakaku said, grabbing a hold of Ichigo's fiery orange hair. Ichigo blinked. "Don't worry. I'll figure it out," Ichigo said, "I'm rather quick on picking up on things. I'll figure out your story." "What is your name, brat?" "Kurosaki Ichigo." "Let go of my hair, woman." Kakaku paused, before whispering something underneath her breath, and walking toward another door. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. "I guess I can help you. If you are ready to accept a straggler." "Of course," Yoruchi said. "He's my little brother. He's a good kid, despite being as useless as hell." Kakaku tapped on the door, then called out, "I'm opening the door. Are you ready?" "I'm ready, One-san," a meek voice said, from behind the door. The door slid open, and... "Hello. My name is Shiba Ganju. I am pleased to meet up." The room froze, in a deep silence, which Ichigo broke, rolling into a deep laughter. "That's pretty funny," he said. "What happened? Am I missing something?" Kakaku said. "You are late," Captain Ikamaru, an old man, with an extremely long white beard said, staring down the white-haired captain, who just smirked in response. "My fault. I was bogged down," Jin said, "with work, you know. Regardless of whatever excuse you can muster up, what you did yesterday is completely inexcusable," the old man shouted. "There was a breach, that was not brought to our attention. You put the safety of the Soul Society at risk." "The Soul Society is fine. There is nothing out there worth our time anyway." "That doesn't matter," Captain Ikamaru, a small, petite female, with black-haired braids, said, harshly. "You failed to inform us about this. You also failed to kill the invaders." "My attack should have been lethal," Jin said. "I don't know what could have happened." "A captain should never fail to end their target," a man, wearing a ridiculous mask, said. "How pathetic of you to do so. Everyone makes mistakes, here and now. No use crying over spilled milk." "Mistake?" A large, menacing figure, with an incredible hair pattern said. "A mistake like that? What a bunch of bullshit. Oh, what could you ever mean?" A short being, with white hair, rolled his eyes. "Old men, with their arguments. With your skill, this little meeting should have never taken place." "Ah, Captain Kenpachi, no need to be harsh. It's always good to get together." "Silence," the old man roared, stamping his cane into the floor. "Cease your petty arguments. We are here to question Captain Ikamaru about the incident. Now, explain your reasoning." Pausing, Jin sighed, and began to reply to the question. By the order of Saito Yu, Captain Ikamaru of the 3rd Division is hereby ordered for questioning. A woman, with long, flowing violet hair, with a curvy frame said, walking through the door. By her side, were 2 men, in black cloaks, hiding their faces. "I assume you will not argue with me, Genryusai. What makes you think that you can hear and dash?" Captain Sui Feng, stand down, the woman said, smirking, may I remind you that I outrank every person in this room. Suifeng barred her teeth but ultimately stepped back. Wow, Kiryu, a man, with long brown hair, and a thin goatee, said, you gotten a bit harsh in your time away from us. That's what working underneath that man will do. Now, Captain Ikamaru, if you may. If I may ask. Sosuke said, what is the point of this? This has nothing to do with the Royal Guard. They rarely get involved in our matters. Hikifune Kiryu turned her head and shot a glare at the captain. I only follow orders. I do not question them. Shut up. Kakaku shouted, flooring her younger brother with a punch to the nose, causing it to leak blood. One-san. Ganju cried, he's the one who injured my hand, last night. Kakaku turned toward Ichigo, who was slightly amused by the spectacle, and grabbed him by his collar. Did you do that to my brother? She asked, in a deep tone. Yes, I am the one responsible for the hole in the boy's hand, Ichigo said, with a calm smile, but you gotta hear me out, it was purely in self-defense. Explain. One-san, Ganju whined. Shut up. Now, explain. Well, my crew and I were just resting up, waiting for the next day, when this guy strolls into this kind old man's house and picks a fight with me. Now, as the calm being that I am, I attempted to placate the situation, but your brother drew his sword, knife thing, and attacked me. So, in order to defend myself, I took him down, and to further ward off future attacks, gave him a minor injury. This isn't a minor dash. Shut up, Ganju. Kakaku said, while I can understand where you are coming from, that's still family. And I won't let you just get away with hurting family. Ichigo's smile grew. And while I can understand that you are not only a woman but handicapped, do not make this mistake in challenging me. As your brother will attest to, I have no problem in hurting the handicap. What? I'm well-bodied. Exactly. Kakaku brought Ichigo to her level, and glared into his eyes, before laughing. Oi, Yoruchi, I think you were wrong before, she said. Eh? Yoruchi responded. I think I'm going to like this one. She let go of Ichigo and walked over to the door the group came in. She said something to Koganehiko, who responded with a nod, and ran up the steps, to fulfill his duty. She turned back to the group, and motioned them to follow her. It's rather bright down here. Yuryu said, looking up at the lights, that illuminated the hallways of the underground home, and there's no sign of electrical lights or anything. Light vines, Kakaku replied, despite the statement not being for anyone in particular, I planted some in the walls and ceilings. Good source of light. Light vines. Is that some kind of Soul Society plant or something? Here we are, Kakaku said, ignoring the question. Ganju, open the door. Ganju ran to the door, and slid it open, as loyal and as subservient as he could. Inside the room, was a massive black chimney, on a platform. The room was unusually wide, and empty, and the ceiling was extremely high. What is this? Yuryu asked. Kakaku groaned. You ask a lot of questions, boy, she said, this is your way inside the Siriidii. As she said this, the ground started to rise, and the ceiling started to open. The white chimney outside shattered and the black one took its place. You are going to drop in, on the Siriidii, you got me. Ichigo looked at then back at Kakaku before the light bulbs turned bright. This is a cannon. Ichigo said. Yes, it is, boy. And, would you say that you are decent in handling these? Of course, I am. I am the Soul Society #1 expert in fireworks. You lost your arm in a fireworks accident. Case closed, and I am out. Ichigo about-faced, preparing to leave. Where do you think that you are going? Kakaku shouted. I'll find my own way in. Thanks for the idea, though. Yoruchi leaped onto his head. Ichigo, there is no other way in, he said, this is the easiest and safest way into the Siriidii. We will be using the cannon. I think I'm with Kurosaki, Yuryu said, she can't just fire us all in there. We'll die, for sure. For his comments, he was pegged in the side of his head, by a clear, spherical ball, which Ichigo caught, on the rebound. This is what we call, a Ryushukaku, she said, handing one to her brother. It gathers your spiritual power, and translates it into a ball of energy, protecting you from the thick membrane of the Siriidii. Ganju exhaled, and summoned up a blue ball, protecting him from the outside world. It's easy, he said, making the presentation feel like an infomercial. Kukaku smacked the ball a couple of times, even to provide an example. It's basically the same as Kido, she said. Ichigo frowned. Really wished one of my teachers would have bothered to teach me Kido, he said. Yoruchi narrowed his eyes. Be grateful that I taught you the art of the Shunpa, he said. And I am eternally grateful. Ichigo responded, sarcastically, whatever. If I lose a limb while doing this, you own me a. He started his snarky comment, only to notice Orihime, looking at him, as he walked out of the room. He grimaced, and paused. A favor. A special favor, he said, his comment lacking the force that comments of his normally hold. Kukaku smiled. I'll take that wager. If you follow my instructions wholly, you'll come out fully intact. If you followed your instructions wholly, you would be fully intact. Oh wait, Ichigo said. Kukaku narrowed her eyes. Well, I can see where he got his mouth from, she said. Excuse me, Ichigo said, wondering what she said. Nothing. Get to practicing. Inoue Dano. You are such a quick learner. It's perfect. Ishida Dano. It has a weird shape, but it's well made. You must be of the minimalistic side. Yasutora Dano. It's not very stable, but it's packed with power. Very good. Kurosaki Dano, what is that? Ichigo's ball was clearly the least stable of the group. It lacked a smooth surface and was surging with electricity as if Ichigo was just trying to exhibit his excess power. Koganehiko and Shiraganehiko tried to take the ball away from him but instead were bounced away, into a wall. Step off. It's volatile, Ichigo said, eyes narrow, I know how this works. With an exhale, the ball evened out, becoming more stable. There was still an element of missing control, but the sphere no longer looked like it was going to explode. Spiritual control is nothing. It's a mental toy. A puzzle. Nothing difficult. The ball flared out again, as Ichigo let go of the controls. Then why are you controlling it now, idiot? Yuryu shouted. Ichigo smiled, and shifted his head at Yuryu, shattering his ball with a quick outburst of spiritual pressure. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, over the sound of your ball breaking. Try and run that past me again. Day 2. You ready, kids? Kukaku shouted, tapping the cannon, you got a hell of a task ahead. I'm as ready as I will be, Ichigo said, scratching that back of his head, let's get this over with. Come on, get excited. Yip. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ganju said, running outside, in much more casual gear than what he was wearing earlier. I was unaware that we were waiting for you, Yuryu said. As was I. What do you want? Ichigo asked. Ganju glared at the orange-haired substitute and walked up to him. I'm going with you. The hell you are. Get lost. I'm going with you. My brother was killed by a Shinigami. Ganju, stop. I need to go. I need to know why. I need to know why my Oni-san, who was a genius, did what he was always told dutifully, and was a symbol of excellence, was betrayed, and killed. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Sad story. Unfortunately, I do not give a shit. You can go, but do not be a burden. He walked around the young man and stepped into the base of the cannon. The rest of the force joined him and placed a hand on the Ryushukaku. When we get in, stick together. If we are separated, they will kill us, Yoruchi said. They are much more powerful than anything you have faced before. Do not underestimate them. I think that you are underestimating us, Ichigo said. No one would have taken this mission if we didn't know the dangers ahead. Orihime's look softened. Did I? She wondered. The confidence she had earlier started to fade. Wearing my vice captain's badge. That's a new one. Renji said, walking into a medium-sized room, with another, a small female, with her hair, wrapped into a bun, sitting inside, against a wall. Momo. You're here early. Oh, Abarai-kun, hello, she said, meekly. I was nearby. Renji shrugged and took a seat. No need to be so formal. We're friends here, he said, and you look exhausted. What's up? I'm worried about Captain Aizen, she said. He seems worried and stressed, but he won't tell me anything. Renji frowned. Yeah, I guess that is a cause for concern. Renji replied. Two other Shinigami, one with blonde hair, and a large bang covering his left eye, and one with spiky black hair, and a facial tattoo, walked in. What's the point of this? The blonde one asked, slight drawn out, even due to depression, or fatigue. Renji shrugged. Kira, you know when Saito you can find something to look into, that he will. Renji said, it's only natural. What's the leader of the royal guard doing, overstepping his boundaries? The other one said, sitting down. He's misusing his powers. He's also royalty, Shuhei, a woman, with a buxom body, something that he obviously took pride in, as her garb seemed worn loose to exhibit this. Walking in, he can do whatever he wants. No one can stop him. Regardless of that, Ranjaku, Renji said, the fact that he thinks he can bully us around, to do his bidding is dash. Renji's statement was interrupted, by the loud blaring of alert alarms, warning the Siriitii that through were intruders. The alert told everyone to get into their designated areas and hunt down and capture the intruders. With an unceremonious ending to the meeting, the vice captains split up and hurried to their positions. Rukia wished she couldn't hear them. The alert alarms. She knew whom they were for. And she wished they weren't. Why did you come for me? She said, unmoving. Chapter 12, Break on through, to the other side. Well, this SCKS. Ichigo mused, arms crossed, standing in a hole, in about shin-high sand. I'm separated from everyone. He leaped out of the rubble, only to look back, confused. Wait, there wasn't sand there before. I must be with. He froze, in thought. Inoue couldn't do that, to his knowledge, and Ishida and Chad Powers can't do that, so. I'm with that idiot, I suppose, he said, tone dropping. That wasn't pleasing to know. At least he had a punching bag to knock around when he gets frustrated. Kurosaki. Where are you, you moron? Ganju shouted, in a mocking tone, like that trick I just did to save our lives. You would have died, muggle. Not me, Ichigo said, annoyed. Hurry up. I don't want to be here longer than I have to. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime ummed, curled up, in a ditch. Yuryu, who was checking on her condition, frowned slightly. Why is she thinking of that idiot? He whispered bitterly. As slowly and non-invasive as he possibly could, Yuryu tugged on her shoulder, attempting to lift the girl back into the world of the awake. Unfortunately, gentle nudges were not going to be enough to wake Orihime, so Yuryu figured that shaking the girl a little bit harder would have to do. Still, Orihime refused to rise from her peaceful slumber. Come on, Inoue-san, Yuryu said, hovering over the girl, wake dash. You're so close, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime squealed, snapping into an upright position, her forehead meeting the quincy's. Yuryu was knocked onto his back, completely stunned. Ishida-kun, she said, are you alright? I'm fine, just a little bit of a headache. We were separated by the tornado thing. Ichigo whispered to himself, trying to figure out the situation. Inoue is with the Quincy, I believe. Chad is alone, as is the cat. Now, I wonder where they could be. What are you babbling about? Ganju asked. Silence. What did you say? You better show some DMN respect for the guy who saved your life. Stop talking. I should let you ragdoll into the ground. Dot. Oh, where's that mouth of yours? Dot. Shut up, dumbass, Ichigo scoffed, before stopping. Something's not right here, he said, looking around. What's the matter? Ganju asked. Ichigo looked straight up. Where are we supposed to go? He asked. Depends. Where are you going? A bald man, from the rooftop of a nearby building asked. Ichigo and Ganju turned towards him. Whoa. Ganju said, CRP, what do we do? Who are you? Ichigo asked, bluntly. The man, and his companion, a rather feminine-looking male, with black hair, and feathers protruding from his eyelashes both laughed. Funny. We should be the one asking the questions, the feminine male responded. Fire away, Ichigo said. What are you doing? Ganju shrieked, we gotta get out of here. Those two are really strong. So am I. Oh really? The bald man said, well then, I'll be your challenge. Fine. Fine. Ganju shouted, screw this. I'm outta here. The man took off, in a mad sprint, away from the scene. Yumachika. After him, the man ordered. Got it, Yumachika answered, jumping after the man. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Not going to help him? The man asked. Ichigo shrugged. To be honest, I really don't care if he died or not. He's a hassle, he said. Sounds like you two aren't the best of allies. Whatever. Let's get this over with. I got things to do. The man laughed. Before we battle, mind sparing a few common courtesies? Ichigo grimaced. I'll rather just kill you, and get this bullshit I got myself in over with. My name is Madare Mikaku. What's yours? Kurosaki Ichigo. Ikaku cackled in laughter. Another Ichi. That means that this going to be a fun fight. Can I just kill you now? Captain Ichimaru. So pleasant to see you again, you said, pouring a shot of tequila. Want some? No thanks. I thought that this is a formal interview, Jin said. Besides, I don't get why you're drinking an American drink over a traditional Japanese drink anyway. Oh no, tequila is a Mexican drink. I got it from an American. Brigadier General Andrews, to be specific. A gift, from one soul society, to another. What is this all about? Nothing really. I'm not a busy man. So you think you can just waste other people's time? Seems like it. I am the head of the most powerful family in the Soul Society of Japan. And that makes you so important? Very. Lord Saito, the reports have come in. There is a small team of insurgents currently in the Siriidii, as we speak, a woman, with long, straight blonde hair, and bright orange eyes said. Good job, Captain Sato. Captain Ikamaru, I'm sure you want to go back and help, so I won't keep you any longer. Was there a reason to all of this? Jin asked, slightly confused. A little bit. I actually do have a question, you said, eyes narrowing. What exactly happened on the border? Why did I have to make a visit to that poverty-stricken blight, to see if one of my biggest assets was in danger? Why did you not execute the invaders? Well, I wonder why you couldn't ask me earlier. Again, had to build a case. Can't have you lying to me with stakes this high. For me. Oh you. You're not even close. You got that focused look down pat, Ikaku said, real nice. I'm sure you can entertain. Ichigo rolled his eyes and drew his sword. Let's go, he said, charging in. Ikaku grinned, drawing his sword, and holding out the sheath in a defensive stance. "Come on!" Ichigo screamed. Ichigo exhaled, and spun to Ikiku's offensive hand, swinging his sword down at his shoulder, which the bald man effortlessly dodged. Ichigo, not wanting to let go of the momentum, swung across his body, which Ichigo parried with his sheath. Predictable. Ichigo thought. Ichigo, now on the offensive, poked in, with his katana, which Ichigo dodged, retreating. "I'm not going to get anywhere with attacks like that," Ichigo whispered. He reformed his stance and glared at Ichigo, who was grinning. "What's the matter, Ichigo? Not doing as well as you thought?" Ichigo asked, mockingly. Ichigo sighed. "I guess I'm just going to break this guy down, bit by bit." Ichigo, instead of recklessly charging in, took slow and deliberate steps toward his enemy. Ichigo rose an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" he asked. Ichigo ignored the question, and continued in, very slowly. Ichigo frowned. "Fine. I'll take charge of this fight," he said, charging in, himself. Ichigo smiled and rose his sword over his torso. Ichigo tried to open up Ichigo's defensive, with the sheath, but the redhead refused to allow access. Not losing any form of confidence, Ichigo swung down, with his Zanpakuto, which Ichigo easily deflected. "Too slow!" Ichigo shouted, swinging his sword down into Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo winced, before twisting his body around, driving the sword out of his body. With little hesitation, Ichigo poked his sword straight at Ichigo, who had little time to avoid the strike. The huge Zanpakuto struck true, in the bald Shinigami's abdomen, and knocked him back, fresh blood pouring from the wound. Ichigo grunted, struggling to raise his stance again. "I'm surprised you can still fight, with that injury to your shoulder," he said, grinning. "You got guts, kid." Ichigo narrowed his eyes and spat on the ground beside him. "Abdominal injuries limit how much strength you can output. Also, they can affect stamina, speed, and pain tolerance," Ichigo said. "I just tore pretty much every muscle in your gut. You aren't going to last much longer." Ichigo laughed. "You think an injury like this can stop me?" he shouted. Ichigo shrugged. "I don't know. You're not pretty smart. Cocky, eh? Let me end that right now." Ichigo said, holding his blade out. "Extend, Hosokumaru." The spiritual particles radiating off of him burst out, leaving dust where he stood. Ichigo frowned. "A spear? Really?" Ichigo asked, stoically. Ichigo stood his ground, with a spear as long, if not longer, than he was tall, grinning. "Oi, don't judge a book by its cover," Ichigo responded. He then charged in, poking inward at Ichigo 3 times, which Ichigo effortlessly dodged, before fine steel on his 4th attempt. Ichigo was barely phased. "How disappointing. I was expected something cool to happen, but all I got was this," Ichigo taunted. Ichigo grinned. "Split, Hosokumaru," he shouted, and the spear split apart. Ichigo's eyes widened, as a blade whipped around his shoulder, and cut his right arm open. The substitute growled, and swung his sword haphazardly, trying to create space. The tactic was a success, as Ichigo jumped back, and chuckled softly. "Not a spear, Ichigo. It's a sensetsuken. Get it straight," he taunted. Ichigo sighed, and wrapped the excess cloth at the butt of his blade around his wound. "I will break you in half," Ichigo whispered underneath his breath. He then turned his attention to Ichigo. "I really don't have time for this, so I'm afraid that this exhibition is going to have to end very soon." Ichigo dropped his grin. "What? Are you not enjoying yourself? This is a fantastic fight." "Not really. Fighting is dumb." "Then what are you doing here?" Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "Trying to kill you. You are the enemy, and thus, you are up for destruction." Ichigo frowned. "Punk. And to think I was actually beginning to like you," he said, twirling one of the segments of the Zanpakuto. Ichigo sighed, once more. That will do, he said, to himself, let's go, Shinigami. Ichigo charged in, and swung twice, both blows aimed at the neck of the Shinigami. Ikiku easily deflected the blows, both whipping an attack in, which cut Ichigo's cheek open. The substitute, however, was completely unfazed, and continued to advance, confusing Ikiku. I guess you just wanna die, he shouted, flicking his wrist, sending another attack out, this one connecting with Ichigo's chest. Ikiku laughed, before finding his eyes widening involuntarily. Just as planned, Ichigo said, with the blade of Hosokumaru in his chest. Wrapping his arms around the wood, Ikiku could not pull out the blade out of Ichigo's chest, without letting go of his weapon. And that was simply not going to happen. Closing his eyes, Ikiku accepted the upward slash, that not cut his torso open, but shattered his weapon too. Break on through, to the other side, by the doors.